pisses me off. I, that really pisses me off. I had shit, I set up a different profile. I forgot to bring over one thing. Fuck, figures. There we go. It's so weird. Why does it, motherfucker? That's so weird. Anyhow, it's fine now. It's so weird though. Uh, the way I just had it, it was letting me use a different camera angle. I don't know. It's just weird. I was listening to music a little bit earlier. And I plugged in speakers. Fucking figures. Yeah, I kind of switch. I want to switch things up a little bit. That's why I was like fiddling with stuff. I was gonna try to do it tonight. Oh well. And this whole what is it, scandal in Israel with those IDF soldiers with the riot shields. Man, that shit is really blowing up. Like, so many of these Israel shills are they're like dogs can't do, can't rape humans, and like it's ridiculous. Finally, I'm glad to see them get in trouble for it though. Or glad to see them get held accountable. And it's so disgusting because people are holding them to account for this evil shit that is on camera. And you know what they do, what the shills do, what the Israelis do? They say, they try to make themselves the victim instead of them being held to account for something. It's, oh, these people, they're holding us to an unfair standard. These people, how dare they say such? It's like, bro, you do realize that it doesn't matter how you feel when you're being accused of something that evil. And I don't think anybody believes that shit. Everybody that's seen the video, I mean, I know that shit sent a shiver down my spine. Like, I'm not even kidding. It sent a fucking shiver down my spine, man. I was like, ooh. I mean, that wasn't cool. Not not good at all. And it's just it blows my mind. That's like they're stuck on. It's like they're a toggle or something that's stuck on a setting. Like they don't know how to respond like normal human beings. That's how it comes off to me anyway. Because they respond so defensively, and not like any other country. We're the most moral army and this, and it's just, it's such bullshit. Nobody's falling for it anymore, though. I don't feel bad for them either. It's like, yo, you guys are cool with some really bad stuff. Like, you're fine with it happening. They think it's like that you're a bad person for attacking them or holding them to account for their behavior and for their stuff that they allow to happen. It's incredible. I've been on X a lot the last couple of days, and I don't know why, but it seems like I just, I mean, I get so much attention. Like it's like every 2 minutes, a post of mine is liked, or uh, it's just crazy. Like every time I post something, I get so many. I mean, look at all the. I mean, I just say what's on my mind, and people just respond like crazy. Either they like it, or they agree with it, or it pisses them off. I don't know what. I guess I don't know why is it that when my natural response gets this much of a rise out of other people. How is that possible? Like this is the last 2 days. I'll go through it for you. I mean, it's like deep, man. This shit goes on forever, bro. Like straight up, man. So many. This is maybe halfway through, if that. Like, look at this shit, bro. This is fucking like the last 2 days, man. It just keeps on going, bro. This might even not. It might. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is the 12th. Bro, look at this shit, dude. It goes on. Okay, here we go. This is okay. Goes back to May 11th. Like, bro, that shit. So much activity on my shit. And then before that, I think I had a run before that too. Although I might be wrong. I don't know, man. It's pretty wild, dude. Like, and like, man, I really piss people off. People get really riled up about this stuff. Hey, what's up, dude? I and I think to myself, like, does everybody experience this? Sort of kind of wondering. Actually, I kind of want to see what the analytics look like. I haven't seen them in a hot minute. 23,000 impressions. The 12th, I had 7,000. 13th, I had 24th, 20, yeah, 20, almost 24,000. May 14th, 9,000. And today, a little under 2,000 or 1,500. I kind of like, I've had way better days than that. I've had days where I had like, I think I got like 18,000 likes one time. Like, it was in the last year. I think that happened to, yeah, see, here we go. Bro, 123,000 impressions on May 27th last year. 123,000. I don't even know what the hell I said, neither, man. I don't know what the hell I said, but it pissed people off, or it might have been a positive one, actually. I would like to see. 201 engagements. Does that mean that, like, the amount of people that comment? So, kind of would like to see that, but like, okay, yeah, it was a positive post because I got over 4,000 likes off of that off in that one day. Like a lot. Lies. Ooh, oh, here's the one where I pissed people off. That's what it was. Bro, look at this. Like 40 replies in a day. Okay. That's a lot. You know, people getting on me. That's not as much as I thought. Profile visits. Oh shit, you could say people they visit your profile when you if you get a lot of all of a sudden like look today the last couple days bro I've had like a shit ton of people go to my profiles and go through my profile. Man, man. I do pretty. I mean, I usually I tend to get a lot of attention on there. I mean, I guess I tend to get a lot of attention regardless, but you know, it's not even like I'm trying to get attention. Like I don't like boost anything or nothing. No, I just like scroll through my feed and when a clever retort comes to mind, I do it. I retort. Or when somebody says something that gets at me, you know, if I see something that pisses me off or something pops into my head, you know, then I got to answer. But you know, I've been thinking about this lately. But you know, like all of this bullshit, like especially the red pill and the feminist stuff, and the women that post all the, you know, women and men, or mostly women that post on the TikToks talking into their phone. I'm fucking over it, man. I'm over that shit depressing me or pissing me off or like I'm totally fucking over it, bro. And like, and I was thinking about this too, like, you know, women they do this a lot where they like get pissed off about something and they jump on and then they kind of like take it out on men. They'll say something like, "Why don't men do this, that, and that?" And I was thinking about it, like, you know, why do I watch this bullshit? Why do people like post this bullshit? And I was thinking to myself, there's no silver bullet or one size fits all for why people do it. But I don't think many of them do it for genuine or good faith reasons. I don't even think people do it to piss other people off. I think, you know what I mean? Like, I think genuinely people just do it to do it. Maybe because it feels good to talk about it, or maybe because they have a following online, whatever the case may be. But I think it's not really to solve anything, and it's not really for anything. I think it's just diarrhea of the mouth, actually. I think people are rather lonely at the moment, and everybody retreats to their phones. I'm pretty sure it's what is the reason why things are the way they are is that everybody has retreated to their phone. You know, they just either getting not getting anywhere, uh, it makes them depressed, or they are getting anywhere, but they're really shitty. You know what I mean? Like it's no matter what people are doing, it seems like they just they get rebuffed, you know, buffeted back to staying at home all day, every day, kind of, or going to work, of course, but it strikes me that that stuff, it's almost like like a chaos agent or like it's just negative energy pushed out into the ether. Not necessarily to piss people off, but it's negative energy just thrust out into the ether. And it's like you dirty yourself when you deal with it, when you ugh, it's just man, it's so toxic. Like all of it though, not just women's, all of it. Like you know, and it's one thing how things used to be. Guys would have people with men had men's spaces, or you know, like in Fight Club, the guys with ball cancer, testicular cancer, Bob and stuff. You know, like and you could commiserate together, but it was like a private affair. It wasn't like a contagion. It you know, it didn't become a virus and affect your community at large or society at large. But this stuff, it's so utterly corrosive, man. And it's like kind of a bit of a positive feedback loop, because life is hard enough as it is, and it always was. And this stuff, it just like makes people feel comfortable with having toxic habits, toxic answers to problems they have. It's like it allows people to kind of wallow in the mud, as it were. That's how I feel about it. They wallow. They're in their fucking pig waller, slopping around in shit and mud, you know, and they're comfortable as all get out, like rolling around in that shit, and they're getting old doing it. Like, yeah, I'm not into it. I would like, if I had to be alone forever, yeah, I would just like I'm just gonna tune out, like, at some point. Like, I don't even want to deal with this stuff anymore. I kind of tune out a lot as it is, and like I'm trying to, keep from doing that. So I kind of keep my ear to the ground. But a lot of times I just find myself feeling like a rundown battery, and I just want to put on some movie that is comforting, that's soothing. Because not gonna lie, like a lot of movies that I have are really soothing and comforting for me, especially old ones. I've been watching them since I was a kid, especially like old Disney movies, Sword in the Stone, Alice in Wonderland, uh, Robin Hood, Jungle Book. Jungle Book was my favorite for a long time. But these are like, I can put those on and just go right to sleep, or put them on and just feel good, like have a few cigarettes, smoke some, get just to sit, relax, and enjoy myself. I guess kind of classic movies they kind of fit that bill for me, regardless. Like, even if they're not old Disney, I just have a fondness for old Disney movies. Uh, like A Great Mouse Detective is such a good movie. But I have a lot of movies like that. Like, believe it or not, like the one of my favorite ones, or like one that I've really is kind of a dark horse, like, and it became like a cult favorite of mine, or a but the modern Sherlock Holmes movies with what's his name, Robert Downey Jr. and Jude Law. I have the old ones too, with Basil Rathbone, and I love those. But those two, the Sherlock Holmes, and then the Sherlock Holmes: A Game of Shadows, I can watch those movies over and over, particularly the second one. I can watch that. I did it for like 3 years. I watched it like every day. Like, I'm not even joking. I would watch it when I got dressed in the morning for work. I would watch it after I got home and was on my bed. I would put it on. I'd go to sleep to it. I mean, I still watched other stuff, but like, that was my default setting for a while. And I've had a few movies like that where I just, like, The Hateful Eight. It was like a default setting for a little while, which it's kind of cringe now, because I fucking hate Quentin Tarantino, and I fucking hate his movies now. I mean, I just, like, the directing is good, but I kind of despise who he is as a person, and his, like, what he does with his movie. I just don't like it. But yeah, I've had a lot of movies like that, like several Humphrey Bogart movies. I don't know, something about it just makes me feel so comfortable. Like, I used to have trouble with anxiety. Like, I used to have like a lot of panic attacks, quite regular. I didn't know what they were for a long time, but uh, man, like, some of the only things that could soothe me was like when I would put on movies. Sometimes it didn't work, but a lot of times it did. I don't know. It would be gripping. I like, first I wouldn't be able to pay attention, and then at some point my brain would either tire enough, and I would, just kind of end up watching it, and the next thing you know, I'd be feeling better. So I mean, it really are soothing. They're entertaining. You know what's gonna happen. And then and like, knowing what's going to happen, it doesn't really change anything for me. Like, cause I really, I enjoy the performances a lot, and I enjoy I enjoy the gestures and the human aspect of it, and I appreciate it. And then I appreciate the music if there's good music. I appreciate the if it's on site, or I appreciate everything. So I can watch it over and over, and a lot of times I find too is that good directors, good quality directors that have long careers, they put Easter eggs in their movies, or it's such a good movie that you catch something new every time you watch it. And there's a lot of that, and not only that, but I really like to know a movie inside out, like, I've gotten really good at it too, like, the kind of like the kind of meta stuff, like, in a movie where somebody, they're about, like, there's a woman in a movie and she's about to get raped. And so the writer or the director, what he does is the whole build up before she gets raped is her going down as if she's going down into the depths of hell almost. Like, I was watching that movie Bad Boys with Sean Penn, Clancy Brown, and a couple other people. And I love, that's a really good movie. And but Sean Penn, he's like a hoodlum, and his girlfriend, while he's in reformatory, she gets raped. And before she gets raped, she's like, she's commuting from work, and she's like getting on subways and but trains and shit. And before it happens, it's her going down into the subway, like into the bowels of the city, basically. And then it happens. And I caught myself thinking, because I knew it was about to happen. I've seen the movie before, but I was thinking, I wonder. And I used to think, oh man, directors don't think that much into it. They don't make it like, where it's all uh not analogies, but they're all kind of not foreshadowing, but it's all kind of feeding into what's about to happen. Like I said, going down into downward, and then maybe in some movies they'll have somebody working upward towards their goal, and then their goal is the end of the movie. But actually, no, they do. They definitely do. Directors think a lot. The good ones, they think about all that shit. Like nothing is just by happenstance. Nothing is just a good director does stuff, even though it costs more money. And like that's or maybe they might need to save money, but they do things in a particular way to make it work. To get to make for the movie to fit their vision and their budget. And that's what makes good directors. But I really like that stuff about movies, symbolism and stuff. All the like, I was watching that movie, The Ninth Gate and the Kingdom of Shadows, with Johnny Depp. Oh man, Roman Polanski, dude, that movie is so good. I've watched it all. I don't watch it all the time, but I think I've watched it 3 or 4 times in like the past since the beginning of the year, and it's such a good movie. I feel like I'm watching it like the first time almost every time that I watch it. It's like because it's very dark and it's very spooky. And Polanski's kind of known for that, although Chinatown wasn't a spooky movie, but Rosemary's Baby was. He kind of does the occult. I know uh, uh, he's a fucking weirdo, but that's besides the point. Like that Ninth Gate, and I've seen that movie quite a few times. And the last time I watched it, like like all the symbolism made sense to me, and I picked it up fine. Like a quarter of the way through the movie, I started noticing the symbol, and I was like, oh my god, I had no idea that uh you know because basically the book is like a journey. The book is the book that the guy has in the movie, and the movie's named after, is basically the journey to hell, or the journey to be equal with Lucifer, and the book is like, if you follow, if you have or if you figure the riddle of the book out, Satan or Lucifer, you see him in the flesh, and he makes you immortal, basically. And I had never picked up on it before, but the whole movie, he's on that journey. And the whole movie, like, and there's engravings in the book, or basically pictures in the book. Every chapter has a kind of its own engraving. And every time, like, basically every time he gets to the next engraving, what happens to him is mirrored by it's almost like tarot cards. Like, what's on the engraving, that ends up happening to him. And it's such a good movie, though. There's so much, it's a lot of depth to it, and it's a little bit eclectic, most certainly. And I think it's kind of a movie buff movie. I know it's got a cult. It's a cult classic. I know that. I mean, just I could feel that it's a cult classic. Legend? I don't think so. I don't know if I've seen that one. Yeah, that Ninth Gate. It's such a good movie, and like I said, Johnny Depp is in it. And I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen that movie, Romeo is Bleeding, with what's his name? That played Commissioner Gordon, and Drexel Spivey, and True Romance. What the fuck is it? Gary Oldman. Yeah, Gary Oldman. He plays a crooked cop, sort of like Leon the Professional. It's called Romeo is Bleeding, and it has this woman in it who's she's missing an arm. She's like a Russian gangster. She's in that movie, The Ninth Gate, too, and she plays such a creepy bitch in both of those movies. She's creepy, and I honestly did find her attractive at all, just because she's so damned creepy. I don't know what it is, but lady's creepy. But she was in it. And there's a couple of people that are regulars in 90s movies that were in it. Um, but it's all about old books, the movie. And it's just killer, man. It's just a really good. It never fails to send the chills up my spine. Never fails to make the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Like, it really does. And anybody who hasn't seen it, you should see it. I mean, I love it, though. And I'm not a horror movie fan. It's not a horror movie. It's like I guess you would say, psychological thriller. Although it kind of scares me a little bit, but the kind of fear that it is like the kind of fear you would have being in the presence of evil, like, or looking into a demon's eyes. I mean, I would imagine that would be scary. And that's kind of but it's not. I mean, it's just it's kind of a invigorating, the feeling. You know what I mean? That what, like, feeling that the hair on the back of it kind of gets my heart racing, and I really like it. I don't like horror movies, though, at all. Like, I've just never been into that shit. I don't like being scared out of my fucking seat. So because I'll jump. If something happens really sudden, that I'm not ready for. You know, shit will make me flinch, or and I kind of have I don't have a very high tolerance for disgust. Like, I don't like blood. Blood bothers me. Insects bother me. Any nasty ones anyway, like roaches and shit, rats. Uh, yeah, I have a really sensitive disgust. Disgust. Like, I can't eat. Like, if somebody's talking about disgust, like gore, or like, I'm like, like, I'll say something like, "Bro, can you please let me eat in peace, if you don't mind?" And I remember like coming in contact with people years ago that were like that. I'd be like, really? Like, what's your problem? You know, but as I get older, I just get less and less tolerant of things that gross me out, less and less patient. And that goes with like being bored too, like with or with YouTube channels. Like if somebody gets if their voice, like if they're being obnoxious or something about their voice starts annoying me, or if they're being petty or like focusing on dumb shit. Like I don't know. I have a my tolerance just gets lower and lower for that kind of stuff every year. Like I kind of yeah. Like if I don't feel engaged, I only have so much patience for that. Maybe it might get a half a minute out of me. I suppose, you know. I'll put up with it. Then I might skip ahead a little bit, or I might just say fuck this guy, you know. And people that I like to watch, you know, watch a lot. Sometimes I just like I've had enough of listening to this dude or this person. I mean, and that's just like, and I just kind of I feel like as I get older, I'm getting like the less and less tolerance for less and less patience is. I feel like my time starts to see it's seeming more and more precious as I get older, and I'm less and less uh inclined to waste it with patience or to waste it on, you know, being annoyed, you know, like, and that's where that lack of patience comes in. It's like I'm trying to minimize the amount of my fucking life I spend pissed off and annoyed. Thank you, Brand. I appreciate that. Edie, you've never seen No Country for Old Men? Are you kidding me? You know, I read that book by hmm. Yeah, you never read that or you never seen that movie? I've read it, the Cormac McCarthy. My grandfather read it like over 10 years ago before he passed. And my dad read it. And then I remember the book laying around the house, so I read it. And what's crazy is the book is even better than the movie. The book is like a lot better than the movie, actually, which is saying something. It really is. It's not, I'm not taking away from the movie. I'm just trying to, you know, articulate how good the book was. The book was incredible. Book was incredible, man. You know, and it was more intense. It was more thrilling. Like, and what was cool is a lot of stuff in the movie that I didn't quite catch or couldn't understand what was going on. The book like smoothed all that stuff out because I remember being a little confused about some things when I first watched the movie, and that might be owed to my dad because I remember before I watched it, or I watched it with him, and he's like kept saying like, "Let me know if you notice anything funny about this movie." You know what I mean? Like priming me for the movie, so I was like worried about stupid shit that he was talking about. Because and I remember like, okay, what am I supposed to notice here? He's like, you don't notice it doesn't have any music. I'm like, so fucking cares, man? Let me come to that on my own, dude. Like that really chapped me, man. The way that he did that, I was like, bro, let me fucking observe shit myself if you don't mind, sir. You know, but I mean, like I remember being a little bit confused by the shotgun and the rifle he's running around with. Because, you know, one minute he's using this shotgun with his fucking, you know, wild looking silencer on it. And the next second he's using what looks to be like a submachine gun with like this big ass magazine dropped out of the bottom of it. You know, and I'm like, what in the hell? I was like, what does he do? Like, what is going on here? Is that a shotgun or is that what is that? Then when I read the book, yeah, you know, it is two separate guns. You know, like 1 second he's shooting people with a shotgun, and the next second he's shooting at Llewellyn from the second story window or some shit, and it's bing, bing. You know, you just see bullets ricocheting off the ground, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? What is going on here? You know, and that just kind of frustrated me a little bit about the movie. You know, it's slow, and then stuff happens really quick all of a sudden. And like, it was another thing my dad said. I'm like, oh man, the guy shouldn't have done that. They're gonna catch him now. And he's like, oh, it doesn't matter. I'm like, what? And I said, every time I said something, he goes, it wouldn't have mattered. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? And then we watched the movie. Oh, they had a transponder in the suitcase. I'm like, bro, you weren't gonna let me watch. Like, what the fuck is your problem, man? Why are you doing this, man? Let me fucking enjoy the movie. Why? He's totally spoiled the like the first time I saw it, fucking spoiled the whole thing. You know, and I was just like, God, man, what? I get that you like the movie, but like, bro, what the? I think I read the book, or no, I did read the book after I saw the movie. But you know what? Also, the book kind of clarifies his uncle. You know, because in the movie you only get that little monologue from that old man. In the book starts that way and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, so it was a little bit more profound. I feel like, and also you know, I know Tommy Lee Jones. He narrates and that and stuff. Wasn't it? I forget what his name. I feel like the sheriff's name was kind of a like Marion, something a little bit feminine, like, or kind of a what would be considered a woman's name today. I feel like this Tommy Lee Jones's character, you know, he's narrating in the movie, but in the book, he's just thinking to himself, more or less. And I mean, there's more to it than the movie. You know, the movie they strip down the dialogue or the monologue. They strip it down to hardly anything. Uh, you know, for brevity in the movie. But I really appreciated that about the book. I always appreciate that about all books, especially books that have been made into movies. Every time I've read a book that's been made into a movie, I've only read like one or two books where the movie did like a bang on job of the book. There's only like a handful of those books out there. Like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That book and that movie were like companion pieces because you read the book and it's like verbatim. And the book that I had Jack Nicholson's picture on the front as Randall P. McMurphy. And the book, like the movie, but it's hard. It's easy to miss it in the movie if you're not paying attention. But the whole story unfolds. You see it from the Indian's perspective, the chief's perspective. Like you're in his head, and you don't really realize that in the movie. But that is in fact. I mean, you could see it in the movie, like at the end when he goes up to McMurphy and he's laying there on the bed and he smothers him. I mean, you can see that it's from his perspective if you're looking, but the book was a lot more explicit about it. And the character it was exactly Jack Nicholson. It was exactly the movie character. I mean, everything played out. Nurse Ratchet, oh my God. I mean, the woman that I forget her name that played the Nurse Ratchet, she was amazing. She played that bitch so good. You wanted to kill her ass at the end of that movie. Same thing with the book, but the book, I wasn't right for like a week after I read that book. I read it when I was in like 10th grade too. I was not right for like a fucking week, man. I'm not even kidding. It was, I just, man, it was so unsettling, man. Like, I don't think, I think it like kind of disrupted my sleep that week and stuff. Such a creepy movie. And because when you read a book like that too, it's a book about an insane asylum. You kind of feel like you get to know these people. And Randall P. McMurphy really grows on you. Oh yeah, and Scatman Crothers was in it too. But it really grows on the people really grow on you, and then man, he gets snatched away at the end, and it's so gruesome and so horrifying what happens and how like to me, what's so horrifying about it is that one human does that to another human. That's what's so horrifying about it to me. Is it's almost like cannibalism or murder. You know what I mean? Like it's human on human. That's what really creeped me. Like that somebody would do that to another person. Like that really freaks me out. Like I don't like that idea. Like that's like I really don't trust people at all. Like I was talking about the lynch mobs and stuff and riots yesterday. Like yeah, I just don't trust people. I don't trust crowds. I don't really much trust individuals either. But like I don't know, it's just something about it, man. Like people are people can be evil, man. So evil. And I've read hella old books too. Like I read the Count of Monte Cristo. It's like a 2,000 page book. It took me like 2 weeks to read that book. Like I'm not even joking. It took me 2 weeks, and I read it all day, every day for 2 weeks. It was so good though. Such a good book. They don't really do books like that anymore. It was the perfect way to put it is it was, modern movies, like modern epics, are the modern version of modern or of classic novels, classic adventure novels. The Count of Monte Cristo, that was like Ben Hur or Lawrence of Arabia or The Bridge on the River Kwai, or like a 4 hour epic, like Lord of the Rings, or it was an epic book. It was like almost like a marathon of reading. It was a marathon of a book. But it was like, oh my God, I was just like glued to it for like 2 weeks. Because it's like more like the original movie too, because the modern movie, everything kind of happens sequentially and kind of happens all at once. But the old movie and the book, he gets betrayed by three different guys. And then the beginning is he gets betrayed by three different guys, and then he ends up going to jail, and then he breaks out of jail. That's like its own book. And then he makes a special project out of each of these traitors, each of these guys that sent him up to, die and rot to death and rot away in a prison, out in the middle of the ocean. And he makes a special project out of all three, and each one of those projects is like its own book. Straight up, it's like they're like their own book. It's like the beginning where he gets all this terrible shit happens to him, and I mean, just everything possibly that everything bad that could happen to a guy, a good guy too, just like a hardworking like seaman, just got a captaincy of a merchant vessel, and all these fucking evil sons of bitches, these truly evil men, unscrupulous evil men that sell him out up the river to get rich. Like three different guys do it. And when once he gets, he goes to prison, and then he ends up, him and an abbey, or an abbey is tunneling, a priest anyway, is tunneling underneath the wall or underneath the cells. And instead of getting outside the prison, he ends up in the other guy's cell. And then they dig together for a while, and he escapes, the abbey dies. But and the abbey teaches him Italian, French, English, science, mathematics. He didn't even know how to read, didn't know how to fence. The guy was an officer in Napoleon's Grand Armée. He was a teacher, an officer in Napoleon's Grand Army. He was a secretary to a super wealthy duke, Duke de Spada, um, which is where the treasure comes from. And he ended up fighting for Napoleon's Grand Army, and he was ordered to burn down a church with a whole town in it. You know, the whole town had retreated to the church, maybe for sanctuary, I don't know, but he was ordered to burn the church. To his everlasting shame, he did it. And then at some point, he inherited the biggest fortune on planet Earth. And rather than spend it, he just leaves it hidden, you know, it has a treasure map on the island of Monte Cristo, and he leaves it there. He doesn't go for it, and he ends up uh, Napoleon's Napoleon then has him thrown in jail because he wants the guy's fortune. The guy won't give it up, but he became a priest because of what he did to that church. And the whole time that dude's in jail, the other guy, Edmond Dantes, he's like pissed off, wants to get even with these people. And the guy's like, you know, as they're digging, trying to tunnel out, the priest keeps, you know, telling him like, you know, God is, you know, watching and this and that. And the guy's all bitter, like, I don't believe in God. You know, this guy, they stole my wife. I was just married or about to be married. I had just become a captain of a ship, and you know, they got me sent to prison. They framed me. And then he gets out, and the rest of the story is him pursuing these three guys with that fortune. But it's not just a regular revenge movie. No. No. This is like a 007 movie, a revenge movie, a Pirates of the Caribbean movie, a swashbuckling, or no, not movie, but it's like it's all those different genres in one. You know, it's a sword fighting movie. It's a mystery movie, or excuse me, book. It's a sword fighting book, mystery book, uh, uh, thriller book. I mean, it's so many different genres in one, and because you know, it's such a long book, and I think back then, you know, there was more incentive to write masterpieces like that, you know, huge, just epic novels like that. And because most of it, you know, the way he gets back at the other guys, he doesn't do it by just running up to them and shooting them. No, he becomes extremely proficient in disguises. He disguises himself as an abbey or a priest, disguises himself as a pirate, disguises himself, oh, like 10 different disguises, or several anyway. And he also invests in a bunch of different economies, invests in a bunch of different companies and lawyers and banking houses. Is one of the guys he's after is a banker. You know, part of the movie or part of the book takes place in Rome. The other part takes place in France. I think one part of the one of the guys that he goes after takes place in Rome, and the other two guys take place in France, I think. But he utterly devastates these three guys. I mean, rips everything from them, takes all of their ill-gotten gains, strips it away from them, and he does it in a way that we're basically like the banker. He drove the guy insane, you know, like that was he because the guy was such a greedy scumbag, and he like inside trading and stuff on the European market. So Edmond Dantes, the guy looking for revenge, like sets this guy up with a stock trading deal that, you know, he butters the guy up, and then the guy, you know, takes a shine to him, buys a bunch of his stocks, and then he pulls the rug out, and the guy loses his whole fortune, and he ends up going insane, going like basically catatonic. He doesn't speak, you know, he just stares off into the distance. And then another guy, he gets to commit suicide. but before he gets him to commit suicide, he totally uncovers that the guy sold out his own country, France, to to acquire wealth, basically. And he's supposed to be this great hero of France, but like he set things up to look like he was the hero of a great battle, but he was actually the guy who sold his own countrymen out. And the guy reveals it in front of the whole polite society of France. Like they have he has like a huge ball at his house, and then fucking totally outs the guy in front of everybody, and he ends up killing himself. It's such a good book, man. I mean, like I said, it was might have been more than 2 weeks now that I think about it, but it was one. I listened to it at work. Like I was doing landscaping at the time. I would like put headphones in and like I'd be like blowing shit off, blowing leaves and stuff, listening to the Count of Monte Cristo. It was it was that good though. It really was that good. And the older version, the movie is from like the 30s. Honestly, I kind of prefer that one because it touches on more of the book. But there's also stuff in it uh that was really profound. Like there's a point in the movie where or in the book where he's dealing with one of these scoundrels, but he's got a disguise on, and he offers the guy hash. And this was back in the late 17th. This is in the late 18th century, like 1790 something, or in the early 18th or 19th century, late 18th. And he offers this guy hash, and when he offers him the hash, there's like a whole page in the book where he talks about the experience. And I remember like being in awe over how it was written, because the way that it was written, I swear, like immediately it resonated and it struck a chord, and it put into words the exact experience that I had when I got it the first time I tried, or when I got addicted to opiates the first time I tried it. And it sent a chill up my spine when I read it, because I was like, oh my God, that's exactly the thoughts that I had at that time. It was weird. And it just really stood out to me that, he was able to put it into words, how addiction starts, what all the thoughts you have and what causes those thoughts. It's really weird. But you really don't read books like that very often. I've never read another book that was like that. The only thing that I've read that was comparable is like The Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter. The whole series equaled that one book, basically. Both of them pretty much. Like that's how long, and that's how in the book it was like so detailed, and everything came together. It's like one of those movies where stuff that you saw happen at the beginning of the movie, it all fits together at the end, and you're like, oh my God, no way, because that, like, and you're just like, holy crap, because stuff at the beginning of the movie caught, ripple effects, and at the end of the movie that's how the book was. And it was kind of like Harry Potter was like that, where the way that she kind of was able to make everything fit together at the end. Everything just dovetailed beautifully. That's how that Count of Monte Cristo was. I mean, it was so good. So good. And what's crazy about it is it was surprising too, because a lot of it is him being disguised and stuff. And I remember, like, because you'd get to the next chapter, and all of a sudden it wouldn't be where he last left off. No, the guy would be Edmond Dantes would be in a disguise. Like there's one where the next chapter jumps to him being the Abbe Faria, an Italian priest. And it's like non-sequential, like Pulp Fiction kind of, but it jumps to that, and all of a sudden you're in some little shack with a man and his wife, like what the hell is going on? And but it all fits together. It has something to do with it has something to do with everything. But I just remember being like, what the hell is going on here? When I think back, that dude, Alexander Dumas, that colored guy, he was, that skilled of a writer. I mean, you just don't see that kind of writing today. I mean, I can't even imagine what that guy's notes were like for that book. He must have had, a house full of notes for that book. And it was so detailed, his knowledge must have been like impeccable when it came to like European finances, because a lot of the book was about stock trading in the late 17, early 1800s, when they were trading paper, fucking stocks and shit, and you had to go to a physical exchange and like, and when the like I'm not sure if it was mentioned in the book, but that was the same period of time when the Rothschilds, Napoleon, basically, when the Rothschilds were just becoming this huge, uh, almost like a firm or a corporation, but they had they were rising to their peak, their high watermark was right there during the Napoleonic Wars. But there was so much, and there's another, like, he when he escapes, he gets picked up out in the ocean by a group of smugglers, and he sails with them for a couple years, and then when he goes to get his revenge, he has them play a gang. He uses them as like a gang, because he wants to befriend somebody, so he has this gang accost them, and then he jumps in to save the day, and this kid thinks, oh man, you saved my life, like, thank you, and this and that, but it was all a setup. He set it all up and then showed up in the nick of time in the Roman catacombs. But I can't overstate the complexity and just the deliciousness of that kind of organization, being like, and that's the way the book comes off, is that it's almost like it couldn't be thought of by a human. Like, it's so detailed, and everything is so detailed and so minute and minuscule, that it's almost like, bro, nobody could think of something this complex, but he was that good of a writer. He was his father was Haitian. He was a Haitian general, French general in Haiti, anyway. That's why I said he was colored. He was you've seen Django, but he also wrote the Three Musketeers. That's why in Django, a bunch of people in there like named D'Artagnan and shit, because that was the Three Musketeers, or the Alexander Dumas novel, which I've never read, the Three Musketeers, and he did the Iron Man and the Iron Mask, which I haven't read those two, but I could tell you this much, is that I'm sure they're damn good books. Like, and that I always thought was cool about that County Cristo is that it, like in the Shawshank Redemption, it really is a prison break book. Like, maybe like a 20% of the or of the book is him in prison, or is like a lot of the book is that. And there's a lot, like, I hear people, they scoff at fiction a lot. Like, I've heard a lot of people, a lot of people have said to me, I don't read fiction. That shit's a waste of time. I only like nonfiction, and I do understand. I get the sentiment, because I feel that way with a lot of things. Like, I don't watch fucking shitcoms. I never have watched them. I never have liked them. They're shitcoms. That's what my grandfather called them, shitcoms, and I've never liked them either. So I get it. But something that I've found is that really, really profound, really good books, there's a lot to be learned from really good books. You learn wisdom from books. You learn new ideas. You learn new ways of carrying yourself in the world. You know, you learn a lot. And yeah, it's not nonfiction, it's not factual stuff, but it's all the product of a pretty intelligent person living in reality, in life, and dealing with it, and their conclusions they've drawn. And any of the ideology or any of the ideas and the conclusions that people around him or books that he's read, they're going to be in there too. So, like, I feel like I've learned a lot of stuff from the books that I've read, because I've always been into classics. I've always read classic books. That's been like, you know, kind of something that I've always been like, good book, like well-known good books, classic. And there's always like a ton of wisdom or a ton of know-how, or a ton of ideas, or maybe out of the box stuff that gets you thinking, new ways of looking at stuff. The thing about books is it kind of, it's good for empathy. And I heard somebody saying this yesterday on YouTube, saying books, if you have a lack of empathy, if reading books will give you better, it will increase your empathy if you read books, because what it does is it transports you literally into somebody else's perspective. You're reading and experiencing and visualizing life in that person's shoes, or in the character's shoes, for sure. I've heard it put this way too, that it's actually it's telepathy. Stephen King said that it's genius. It's telepathy. It's literally reading thoughts. You're reading somebody else's mind when you read their words on paper. You're literally reading their thoughts, which is a pretty neat way to look at it. I read quite a few Stephen King books too. But yeah, you are more or less in somebody else's shoes. And that's like a really eye-opening place to be, because it's a book, you're being kind of told what you think. And then you kind of fill in the blanks, you kind of color everything in yourself, but you get the outline from the book, the emotions that the person's feeling, or the emotions that the the uh the events in the book cause you to feel. Now, I've gotten hella pissed from reading books, extremely happy or sad or excited or scared, like big time. That's what happens when you read books. You you experience emotions. It's a good book anyway. Like, and I remember as young as what, six, or no, like third, fourth. There's a few books that I read between like third grade and seventh grade that I remember like they were an experience where I just like I read them straight through. Didn't go to sleep for a day or two. Like, I remember I read Ender's Game before it was a movie. I read that straight. Like, I was going to summer school at a private school one year. I had to. I had like fucked off all year so hard that I had to go to summer school, but my county school, public school, wasn't offering it. They didn't have the money, I guess. So my mom ended up getting me a class at a private school, and it was probably, first of all, it was the best school experience I ever had. I mean, when I think back, I really regret, I really lament that a fact that I didn't speak up and tell my parents, like, no, you need to put me in that, like, because in retrospect, if I had made a big enough deal about it, they would have done that. They would have took a loan out if they had to. Or asked their parents to help them. My grandfather would have paid for it probably, which my grandmother drove me to the school every morning. But it was so incredible, man. It was the only truly inspiring school that I ever experienced. Because it was a private school, it was a Christian school, and it was only like a couple months, And I remember I think I took an English class and some other class, but that English class, I learned stuff that you don't even learn in college today. Although back then it was a little different. It was like 2001, 2002. It was the kind of English literature, like literally Geoffrey Chaucer. It was the kind of English literature when you're doing your doctoral, more or less. And that lady recommended Ender's Game to me. Like I remember her in her class, and she kind of got to know me, and it was kind of weird because I was kind of a fish out of water. Nobody there knew me, and they knew I wasn't going to be there for the school year. So, you know, I made some acquaintances, no real friends, but that teacher kind of took a shine to me, and she was a lady in her 30s. I want to say she was kind of pretty too, but I want to say that probably took pity on me, felt bad for me because I was starved at that time. Like when I think back, it kind of like it saddens me. I lament like how deprived I had been at that time because of how that made me feel being at that school, that prep school. But it was like I like because it was on my level. It wasn't dumb. It wasn't stupid public education stuff that was busy work. No, this was like meat and potatoes, like learning shit about like Geoffrey Chaucer. I remember we read a bunch of it, and she played for me, played for the whole class how a bunch of that guy's work, but with a person that actually spoke it with middle, like knew how to decipher it. Like April was pronounced April. Like seriously, like all the words were pronounced like they were like they sounded like French words almost. If the guy spoke too fast. But you can't find anybody that teaches Geoffrey Chaucer today. You can't find it. The Canterbury Tales and shit. You can't find that stuff. But I was learning it. I was going into 7th grade, and they were teaching that there. It was kind of weird too, because like I said, I was there. I didn't know anybody, but it was almost like I was in college. They treated me like an adult. I didn't have any supervision. I got dropped off in the morning. I sat in the class, and then we had break or lunch. I went down and sat. Went downstairs and went and sat in the playground area. I mean, I learned a lot. Like it was the most I even college English classes that I took were not as advanced as that class was, and not as interesting. It was interesting. And that Ender's Game, man, that was such I couldn't and the lady had me pegged, man. That was the first thing she's like, you might like this, but I forget how she put it. It was so sweet though. The way she came, like there was one-on-one time, man. Didn't know what that was like. I mean, other than like gifted, you know what I mean? Like other than, but you still kind of shared the teacher with like, and it was only a couple hours a week. But this lady, like it was like one-on-one, and it was like truly, it was very intimate. The kind, that kind of she focused. Like I had her focus, because it was a summer school class too, so there wasn't like a whole class there. And she like sat down and like kind of talked to me and got to know me and kind of like feel me out. And then she started recommending stuff and like tailor making the classroom time for me. Like every kid in there was doing similar stuff kind of all in the same vein or all in the same topic, but like stuff more at their speed. But man, it's like I didn't even really think that much of it at the time. I went back to school and didn't even think about it for years to come. But now that and as an adult, when I think back, I really, like when I say lament, like it's a lost opportunity. It really bothers me because that I may have changed my trajectory. You know what I mean? I may have been a more success. It may have been, and I know I'm not sure. I don't beat myself up about it, but it's like I want to get a good perspective on how important stuff like that is. for, if I have kids. Like, and my parents, they weren't, it's not like they didn't try. Like, I remember when I was in like fourth grade, I wanted to take violin lessons because they were doing them at school for free. And all the other gifted kids were signed up for it. And that's not why I wanted to do it because the other kids did. I was like, oh, this looks cool. And I did the same thing with Pop Warner football. They passed around a flyer and I gave it to my dad. But with the violin, it was like a couple hours every week. And you left the normal class and went to violin lessons in the cafeteria at the auditorium. And like I don't know why I like I kind of jumped at those opportunities. I don't and I didn't do that later on in life. But when I was young, like I really was a really hungry kid. Like I almost like feel like like it's kind of shocking to me that my parents went and rented a violin. You know what I'm saying? Like my parents went and did that. So, they were good parents and they did care, and they both worked jobs too, but they didn't like blow me off. I was a middle child too. So it's not like I was an only child. Like they kind of were, did go quite above and beyond quite always for me anyway. But I was the only one in my family that really ever like nobody in my family, not cousins, not brothers, that ever took violin lessons, much less asked to take violin lessons. And I remember my parents kind of like cocking their head, like, what do you want to do that for? Like it kind of, because neither of my parents play an instrument. And, like that just wasn't, they weren't band kids or nothing like that. They didn't even consider that. But like, they didn't even think twice. They just kind of were like, really? You want to do that? And then, because I think maybe they talked to me, when I brought it up, they had a conversation with me, and then within like a week they had a violin for the class. I wish I had stuck with it too, although you know I wish I had stuck with it just because I would have started to enjoy it. For some reason though, because you start out violin lessons by plucking the strings, you don't use the bow, and that just bothered me. Like it was boring. Like I was like, when are we going to use the bow? And I didn't have the patience, I guess, or something. And I just kind of was like, nah, I'm good, like, and and this is what I will say. I wish my parents had known hey, maybe we should kind of just lean on him a little bit about it, not let him just walk away from it so easily. We got him to fucking get violin, so, and, they paid for it. The lessons were free. They should have leaned on me and said, no, you're going to finish out the year doing it. Like that's what I would do. That's absolutely what I would do. I was like, what, are you going to be a quitter? That's what I would have said. You're going to be a quitter, kid? Like you wanted to do this. You're not willing to do what it takes to learn it. Oh, I would definitely that would be, I mean, that's going to happen regardless. My kids are definitely, if I have kids, they're definitely going to know an instrument. They're definitely going to be learning an instrument. Like at like 3, they'll be learning an instrument. There's no excuse. I'm not like, my kids aren't going to waste their lives fucking off on iPads. No, sir. Fuck no. If I have to move out into the middle of nowhere, I'll do it. Move out in the middle of fucking nowhere with no internet. I'll go without. I have no problem sitting by myself with a book or building shit in a workshop or fucking 3D printing stuff, playing my banjo. I'll find something to do. I'll build stuff. I'll learn new hobbies if I have to. But like, and I remember when I first learned instruments, I wonder, like, my cousin, he had just had his son. His son was like 2 or 3, and I'm like, what? You should get him, an instrument. My dad bought me like a guitar when I was like in 2nd or 3rd grade, an acoustic. Just didn't really take to it. Wasn't all that excited about it. He got it for me on my birthday one year. And then he got me a bass guitar when I was in like 10th grade for Christmas, I think. And I asked for it too, but I don't know, it just didn't, because my friends had guitars, And I played it, but it just didn't. I didn't stick. I didn't really. It didn't grab me. And neither did guitar. My brother, he had a. Everybody I knew had guitars. My cousins, my brother, all my friends. Everybody in my neighborhood had a Fender or a guitar, and I just, I wasn't into it. But then when I got the when I my brother got the banjo for Christmas, yeah, it was immediately. I like as soon as he played, like he strummed on it for a second, set it down, I picked it back up, and he never touched it again. It seems like. Like and that's kind of something I lament is how much a lot of it I wasted. Not that I wasted, but it's like I was raw potential. Whatever my parents had, whatever, if they had thrown me in the water, no matter what it was, if they had thrown me in and left me there to swim, I would have learned it. You know what I mean? Like I was I just everything that I got my hands on, I soaked it right up. And I think to myself, like, man, if they had just been a little bit more deliberate, a little bit more intentional, a little bit more structured, I would have really flourished, and I did regardless. It's like nothing was going to get in the way of me flourishing, in the way of me satisfying my appetite. But and nothing did get in my way. But imagine if somebody had nurtured that, I would be, I would have done a hell of a lot better. Not gonna lie, would have done a hell of a lot better. Like neither of my parents had any experience with this. They're both smart people, but they didn't, what the fuck, they don't know anything about that stuff. Like when they did, had me take an IQ test in elementary school, my parents were like, what? Like they had work and stuff. They didn't even know they didn't know what was going on. They just did what they told them and what the teachers told them to do. And if I asked for something, they would, you know, and they knew I was smart. Like I started talking at 8 months, like talking, not goo goo gaga, but like mommy, daddy, like at 8 months. I really haven't shut up since, really. But and that's I kind of like that's kind of why I kind of like I'd like to be a father. I look forward to it because I know it'd be like the chance to kind of fix that, fix the stuff, uh and make sure that my kids don't miss out or pass up opportunities like that. It's like I went through it, and so I know the score now, and I know what's important and what I would and would not have done. I know it. Like, and really, my parents didn't have the problems that I had and stuff, and they weren't quite like me the way I was. They didn't know what's wrong. They were working and stuff. Like now, I picked everything apart and thought and retrospective and figured it all out. Like no joke, just figured it all out piece by piece. Figured out why I reacted the way I did to certain things, and just figured it all out. Like really did. And like the way that I feel about it is I didn't know what I was going to need, what was going to be useful, what kind of knowledge was going to be, what kind of stuff should I spend my time doing. I had no idea. My parents had no idea. So I just kind of kicked around, and it's almost like when you play a campaign mode, or you play a really complex video game where you start off as a blank slate character, and then you, like Zelda or something, you build it up. When you just jump into it and play it without thinking, and how you do everything the hard way, and you rack up a lot of extra time, and you usually start over and start a new one. It's like you get like 10% into a game and realize you kind of have done a really shit job, just kind of getting to know the game. That's kind of how I feel about it. Is I just kind of did whatever I wanted to do, whatever felt right, whatever I wanted to do, and passed up on a lot of stuff that would have been useful, or passed up on opportunities. Whereas if I have kids, like I know which ones I would have passed up on, and the ones that will pay dividends. Matter of fact, honestly, I will provide those if I have to. I'll just fucking teach that. I'll teach my kids that shit. They'll know all that stuff, whether or not it's offered or because I had so much potential, and it was like I could only get so much. I could only nourish that potential so much with school. I literally read like every book in all my classes. I would read the history book within the first 5 days, read the whole thing from cover to cover, read it just straight through. I did that every single year of school that I had a history textbook. I would go to the library and I would check out reference books with pictures and little paragraphs under the pictures telling you, like I used to read Audubon Society, books about like the Arctic environment, the kind of animals in the Arctic and how, what their population's like, the foods they eat. And I used to read these almost like atlas books where it had all the different continents in them, and it had little symbols for like emeralds, copper, steel, uranium. It had the symbols for all the different elements, so you could see where they were found on the planet. Diamonds. Oh man, I would pore over those books like a fly, man, just crawling all over that thing, just poring over it as if it were an account book for my business or something. Just got my nose buried in that bitch, I mean, I had spent hours in the library. I remember anytime I was in the library, elementary school, middle school, it didn't matter. I'd go in there and just pull out books, just reference books, and I would literally borrow them from the library at school. I remember the little Audubon Society handbooks with birds and shit in them. I would get those and read them cover to cover and then take them back, after a couple days. But and I remember I would get the ones, or I would go through the book and find every animal in the book, or every bird, or every squirrel, or every animal that was native to where I live. I would find all the animals, and then I would see when their when their mating season was. Like I remember, and I would hunt these things. Like I remember I had one about insects, and I went and found all the insects and all the insects that were native to Central Florida. And I remember when I looked in there and saw that praying mantises were native to Florida, I ended up catching some at school. We had pine trees on the school grounds, and these they camouflage just like the tree bark. And if you walked up to them slow, you could catch them before they ran up the side of the tree. Praying mantises. They had the bird books had the finches and all the different birds that you could see in Central Florida, and when you could see them, when they were what do they call it? They're traveling, flying south for the winter and stuff, migrating. I mean, I was just into that stuff, and it was just every, book after book, where everything that I could possibly read at all times, I always had books. I had a county library card from when I was real young. I would go up to the county library and rent books, because that's before computers were big. I'm talking about pre 2000, pre 9/11, and that's when libraries mattered, pre 9/11. That is the one thing that I regret, is that I didn't have, the internet wasn't around then. Although I still made do. I read everything I could get my hands on. I'm not even kidding. I read everything I could get my hands on. And when I would play Pokemon and stuff on my Game Boy, I would get the guidebooks. Oh my God, I would know that shit cover to cover, like the back of my hand, within a couple days. I would know all of them by heart within a couple days. I would know when all of them learned their new moves and shit. I mean, I couldn't help it either, and at the time, I just had an urge, like I wanted to learn, like I wanted to know about stuff, you know. And then when I would flip through books, stuff would catch my eye. Oh, that's a cool looking animal, or oh, that's really interesting, you know. And I have kind of like almost like everybody I'm sure has seen Rain Man. My mind is similar, like the way that I store and categorize and organize information in my head. It's very much like Rain Man. Like I actually could relate to a lot of that stuff. Like I don't have Asperger's or fucking autism or anything. Like you know, they test for all that shit when you're a kid, or at least um I had those tests at some point. But that's kind of how like I am. I like I said with the poke, like I don't have baseball cards where, but that's what I would do with Pokemon and shit in the guidebook. And I did have Pokemon cards, but any card games that I played, anything that had a lot of knowledge, a lot of data, or had, you know, backstories for different characters. I don't know why, but that stuff always interested me. You know, like there's a video game that had 5 characters. I would learn all of their strengths and weaknesses backwards and forwards, all their stats. I don't know what it is about me, but it's like I just had this hunger for not for knowing statistics. It's almost like I was like Rayman with the fucking baseball players and just knowing all their shit. But no, it was like Pokemon, uh, and several others. You know, Grand Theft Auto back in the day, or Metal Gear Solid, or music too. Like I do the same thing with music. You know, I'll when I was younger, when I was into music at like 16, I would get into a band and then I would get their whole discography and I would know all their music by heart within a couple months. And I've had people say shit to me like, "What the hell, man?" Because like every single song that comes on the radio, I can sing it by heart, and they're just like, "What the fuck, dude?" Like I can recite like every Shakespeare, like all the stuff, all the Shakespeare plays that I like, Othello, Richard III, Hamlet. Like I could just recite them verbatim, and say them and just recite them with the movie. I've always been that way. Like, I don't know why. It's just I've just it's interesting. Like I loved Wikipedia. Remember, my dad's friends used to, you know, I'd be talking to them and they'd be like, "You're a fucking Wikipedia hound, aren't you?" Or they'd be like, "You're like, you know everything." You know, I was like 13, 14. My dad's friends are like engineers with, you know, 8 years of college and shit. Like one of his friends had 8 years at Florida. He was a Gator. He was a fucking architect or an engineer. The dude was like fucking. He was smart as hell. But I remember him saying that to me, like, "What are you like a Wikipedia hound, bro? Like, did you spend all day on there?" And that was back when Wikipedia was kind of truth, or it was kind of, it was analogous to reality. It had a tie to reality. The same thing with climbing too. Like I get obsessed with it, you know, like I know all the different techniques and all the different styles. Always been that way. I did it with the banjo too, where I just fucking learn everything about all the musicians I like, learn all their songs. And that's why I don't play video games anymore. That's why I don't do a lot of things, because it's like I only have so much time for that stuff. Like I would rather I enjoy learning more than I enjoy playing video games. And not only that, but learning will benefit me in the future. You know what I mean? I'm gaining, it's like killing 2 birds with one stone. It's a much more efficient use of time. Man, I feel so guilty playing video games. I feel more guilty playing video games than I do lounging around doing nothing. Because at least lounging around doing nothing, my brain is getting rest. Video games, you're not even getting rest. You still have to rest after you finish. You know, your brain never gets a break. So I feel like super guilty if I'm spending any time playing video games. Like I think I've only played one game in like over a decade, and it was Cyberpunk 2077. It was after I got injured in August. I played it for like a month on my MacBook. But that was like that's the only video game that I've played. The only video game I've played since I was in my early 20s, my late teens, early 20s. It's been, yeah, well over a decade. But and that's kind of why, like, I am at some point I'm gonna have kids, and that's why I've always wanted to be a dad, because I already know it's gonna be so much fun, because I'm gonna have like fucking genius children, of course. Like, I want a smart one. I want an intelligent woman. Like, and I can have what I want. So, like, and I honestly, I don't particularly like smart women. The combative ones I have just, I really don't like, honestly. But I don't want to be challenged and shit. But at the same time, I kind of want my kids to want them to be better than me. I would like them to have like, because I've had so many advantages, kind of natural advantages. And I want to make sure that my kids at least have the same advantages that I have. Because, I didn't really capitalize on the advantages I have as much as I could have. But, my kids, like, yeah, they're going to, and I had, you know, catastrophic events that, disrupted, a lot of things in my life. So I'll make sure that shit don't happen to my kids. But, I've done it. It's like I learned how not to do shit when you're like, how not to grow up, how not all the shit not to do. I know all of it, because I've done everything that I shouldn't have done. Like, all of it, everything is like, and even when I was a kid, it's like a perfect analogy. Uh, the stove, the stove top was on, and I fucking grabbed it. Either no, it was that, or maybe it was either that or it was an iron that was on, and I grabbed that shit. I was like a fucking toddler, like 2 or 3. That is a perfect symbol, like this. It's like symbolism. It's like the perfect way to put it. The perfect analogy for that was just me constantly having to put my hand on the hot stove, constantly, my whole life, putting my hand on the hot stove, which is, it sucks. It's really hard to live with that too, because I never chose that. It's just how I am. And people would be like, what is wrong with you? Why do you do that? Why can't you control yourself? And it's like, I don't know, but I can't. Like, I don't like getting in trouble. That shit sucks. Like, man, I can't think of how many days I was afraid of when I was getting picked up from school because I got in trouble at school that day. And I knew I was going to get licks after I got home, that, I had I had not behaved myself at school, you know and so I would go to after school extended day, and I remember it'd be like fucking 8 hours or 6 hours. I'd be there after, or 4 hours after school let out, and the whole time I'd just be like biting my nails, thinking about it, counting down the minutes until my father was there to pick me up. Ugh, man, an anxiety inducing thought, honestly, even still to this day. And like, I remember I would be praying for my mom to pick me up, because she never picked me up. She got home late. My dad always picked everybody up. And like, if he didn't come by like 4, I knew my mom was coming to get me, and she wouldn't come till like 6. And it would be like the pressure would let off, because it meant that he wasn't going to be home till probably later. So he wouldn't really know about that, like my behavior that day. My mom would usually keep it under her hat. Oh my God, man. Like, it was a really shitty, my elementary school years, like, quite a few of those years sucked. A couple of them were pretty legit though. A couple of them were like the best years that I had in school. Like when I was playing football, fuck, those were good years. I was well behaved at school. I was like awesome. I was one of the best kids on the team. It was like, I was on top of the world. Some things are just not meant to be. Yeah, and I just my parents, they were just weren't equipped, and I think to myself, like that's not gonna happen to my kid. No fucking way. No way. There's no way that could happen. And what's crazy is my dad was the same fucking way, and he never thought he never realized, he never like occurred to him to think about why he was that way and what was it that made him a wayward kid, and you know what I mean. Whereas I'm the opposite. I've thought about that shit so thoroughly. Like I know it in and out, and I figured out what was motivating me and what I was struggling with, and I'm ready for it. My dad, he had no, I mean, he had no idea how to deal with that shit or what was wrong. He's not that kind of a person. Smart guy, but he's not the kind of person that really uh doesn't really get deep emotionally like that or intimate like that. He doesn't really, that's not really his shtick. He's more kind of surface level when it comes to that stuff. If you're obviously upset, or if I was obviously upset, he could spot it. But like, if I like the stuff that I was really struggling with, it never really occurred to him that maybe I couldn't help it, and maybe I was struggling with something. It never even occurred to him. He just assumed I was just misbehaving on purpose, just to fuck with him, or just to do it, I guess. Honestly, I remember thinking as a kid, like it's like he was never a kid himself. And I knew that he had gotten a little bit of some trouble when he was a kid, but and I still feel that way. Like, man, it's like he totally forgot what it was like growing up. Because he cut me no fucking slack when it came to that shit. None. And he went through all the same stuff. He was kind of a middle child. Like I don't know what it was, but he never thought about it. Never, he never helped me on that front. On a lot of things, he was more helpful than anybody else's parents. But when it came to that, no, never really felt like I could go to him for that either. Everybody, I mean, everybody's different and nobody's perfect parents. Like my parents did their best, the best they knew how with what they had, and that's all you can ask of anybody. I had a really good childhood, to be honest. I survived it. Nothing evil happened to me. My parents were pretty successful at, preserving my innocence. I mean, honestly, they did a good job, but it's more like modernity. It was more like I got chewed up by modernity. The fact that both my parents had to work. Like my dad, his mom didn't work ever. So, he didn't go through that. But yeah, I feel like I want to have kids to make sure that they don't feel like they got gypped like I kind of do, or I kind of did. I would make sure that didn't happen. Because the public school system, man, that isn't to educate children. No, no, it really isn't. And I'm sure you guys agree, but the public education system, the last thing that it's there for is to turn out geniuses or to turn out, you know, upstanding citizens. Really, it's there to teach children how to sit still for hours at a time and how to wake up early. How to wake up early, how to carry yourself in crowd or amongst people, and how to sit down and shut up and listen. That's what it teaches you. And like, I'm a talkative person. I always have been. I've always kind of had the gift of gab. I was like that times 1,000 in school. Like, you think I talk a lot now? Fuck. You know how kids, how precocious they are. They just blurt shit out. Like, that's how I was. And I was that kid that always struggling with his hand raised. Like, And the teachers would be like, I know, like, they got tired of it a lot. They would still call on me a lot because most people really aren't that smart. And a lot of times, most questions when I was in school, most of the questions the teachers asked went unanswered, went unsolved. Like, and they'd have to like force kids, like, nobody's raising their hand, or it's only me and like somebody else who always tries to answer. So they have to force the kids to participate. That wasn't me. I participated in every lecture. Every question that was asked, I was trying to answer it. Always. But I wasn't into doing the work. I didn't see any reason to. I already learned the shit. I don't need to prove that I know it. I do know it, because to me, what I was there for and where the value was the information. Whether or not, like, whereas, with other people, what they valued was that the teacher knew that they had learned it. The teacher, that's what the other kids valued. That's what parents valued, was that the teacher could prove that they had learned it. Whereas me, I didn't value that. I didn't see the point in proving it. It's like, what difference does it make? I know it. I'm taking the risk. It's my own problem. And if I'm lying right now, none of you teachers are going to be affected by it. It's my if I didn't learn this and I'm lying about it, none of you are going to have any consequence. This is my, like, I learned this, and they fought me. Like, I remember them kind of putting up resistance when I was younger, but once I got into middle school, they believed me because I aced every single FCAT, all the Florida standardized tests. I aced. Most of them I got 100% of the questions right every time, every single year. I got them bitches like above 95%. So they quit fucking with me. They honestly, I wish that they had just been honest with me and said, "Hey, you got such good test grades. As long, we don't really care what your grades throughout the year are. Just, try to stay out of trouble." And I would, like, it would have went differently, but because they made it seem like my grades mattered, even though every year they didn't matter, because I would ace the test, so they would pass me on. But the whole year I would have anxiety because I'd be worried about my grades and shit. And I just wish they would have just said, "Hey, your grades don't matter. You're getting good enough test scores that will push you along." Because I could have relaxed and enjoyed my school. I could have enjoyed my childhood, but instead, man, I was always on the like pins and needles, always on the fucking like on a like on the sharp edge of a razor blade at all times. Because it was like I was always worried about something happening, failing or getting held back or some shit. Whereas in retrospect, I should have got held back like half of the grades, but because I aced every test every year, they they never did it. And they never, and it's like, man, why didn't they just fucking tell me that? That would have been nice to know. It really, it would have been nice to know. And I was thinking about this too. I've mentioned this before, how teachers, they always most teachers would separate me from the class within for the first 9 weeks. They would recognize that, okay, this kid, and I used to think, it's funny, I realized something about it recently, I kind of had an epiphany, kind of a profound one too, but I used to think that they separated me because for not out of malice, but kind of to fuck with me, while at the same time to punish me. It felt like a punishment. And also, but at the same time, it also felt like they were doing it because they had to. So I never really held it against them. But like, I kind of thought back, and the light that I see it in is different now, and I think much less of them for what they did, because now I realize why they were doing it. They did it because I never let them get away with anything. Never. I've never been a person to bite my tongue. I've never been a person that you could trick. You're not going to slip shit by me. You know, you're not going to do it. Like nobody in my, I don't even try to get shit by my brothers. It's no point in trying. They're just going to catch you and then you look like a crook. But I would catch whatever they were doing. If they're bullshitting, like I could spot their lies. They couldn't just half-ass it. They couldn't show up and just kind of push through the motions. Or anytime they tried to get slick, I would call them out. And when I would call them out, the whole class would join in with me. Or you know what? Basically, they were the leader, and I was leading revolts every day at school. Or not every day, but a lot. Like they were the captain of the ship, and I was mutinying every day. And the kind of mutinies that they had no answer for, that made them look stupid. And they didn't like that. They sure as shit didn't like that. So they all separated me from the class because I made them feel small. I made them, they couldn't, I guess they couldn't teach either sometimes. Maybe that's the case, although I doubt it. But it's that they couldn't get away with bullshit. They couldn't get away with just like fucking busy work or trying to get one over on us. They could never do that. And it never occurred to me that was what was happening. But I was thinking, this is just in like the last couple of weeks, I was thinking about it from their perspective. And I was thinking, why would you separate a kid like that? Like, why would you do that? Like, and what are you trying to achieve when you do that? And I was thinking to myself, like, it's easy. Like, I was the leader in all my classes, is what I'm trying to say. I was the guy leading everybody, always, my entire life. I was the guy with everybody with pitchforks and torches. I was the guy that riled up the crowd and got everybody going and got everybody like indignant, got everybody outraged about shit. Or I would speak up and people go, yeah, he's right. Why are we doing this? I was that guy. Shit that they could get by on all the other kids, they could not slide it past my nose. It wouldn't pass the smell test. Like, and I've brought this up too, like, and when I was in 5th grade, I had the same teacher for 3rd and 5th grade. Fucking crazy ass Disney weirdo, a Disney adult. All her shit was Disney themed because she got her scholar. She worked there when she went to college. But I like did battle with this lady. Like I said, I had her for 2 years, not back to back, but with a year in between. And we did battle like every day. This lady like accused me of groping her one time, which for sure I was in 3rd grade. This lady accused me of groping her. Like in the middle of class, everybody's sitting a foot away from me. We're taking a test doing book work. She walks by and then whips around. Did you just grab me or did you just grope me? I'm like, what? Like literally 9 or 10 years old. This lady is like almost 30 accusing me of groping her. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I really didn't do it, but anyway, I had done real battle with this lady. I really did. And like it was like Clash of the Titans basically, because I was stubborn as all get out. I kind of it's kind of funny because I remember having these thoughts, but I never really at the time I didn't consciously know that I was the leader. I was the mutineer. I was the guy that and they never ever let me, none of my classes, I never had any classes with any of my friends. One year they put me and my best friend together. Within a day or two, they moved him out of that class into another class because they knew what time it was and they knew better. They never even tried to put me in classes with friends. They would find out who my friends were, I guess, in kindergarten and made sure that I was never with them. But I remember like when I would get into these conflicts with the teacher, And she would fucking, these teachers would, they would buffalo me in class. They would try to cheese me up in front of the class. You guys know what I'm talking about. They would try to humiliate me in front of the class. They would try and back me down in front of the class. And it's kind of silly now when I think about it. Like, geez, that was kind of goofy. Like silly for them and silly for me. Although I was only 9 or 10. But when I think back about it, you know, I took it. So I remember thinking I took it so seriously. Like I just refused to especially if I felt like I was in the right, you know, because like one time she knocked over my desk and tried to get me to clean it up, and I told her to go fuck herself and had a standoff with her for 2 weeks. This lady told the fucking janitors not to touch it, not to touch the mess on the ground. I said, I'm not cleaning that. I said, there's no fucking way on earth you're gonna get me to clean that shit up, bitch. You made that after school. I had nothing to do with it. And you think I'm gonna clean up you got me fucked up. Well, she finally ended up having the janitor get it out of there after like 2 weeks. I just sat there at the desk with a mess around me. I was like, I don't give a fuck. I can do this forever. You know, I just read in class anyway. I didn't even, I just kind of got over. I didn't want to talk to anybody anymore because the teacher's just a bitch. But yeah, I like did battle with her. And when I think back, I guess I kind of had this innate sense that that everybody was looking at me and waiting to see what I was going to do. You know, like, and I had this really palpable sense of that. And I remember I would look at the round of the class and just be like, fucking, you know, like, 'cause she would do it on purpose too. It's like, and I knew I was going to get in trouble. I knew I didn't want to get punished for that shit, but it was like I just couldn't even help myself. Could not even help myself. And they were like legit struggles between me and these teachers. I'm talking like struggles, man. And now that I think back about it, I mean, what a little shit I was, of course, you know. But that's what happens when you have a kid who's like, everybody else in class is a motherfucking Honda Civic or a Buick Regal. I was like a Ferrari in that class, in those classes. I was like a thoroughbred fucking stud racehorse, you know, Arabian stallion. Everybody else is a fucking mule or a jackass. And I got bored. And when I got bored, I was like a dog, a puppy that chews everything up, except I would chew on their ass. I would chew on the teacher's ass all day. I mean, pretty much all day long, I guess. Like my parents couldn't afford fucking private school, and public schools are a fucking joke. Truly. And but honestly, I kind of started to figure out my own way. Like I started reading. I started getting really into reading. I would just tune the fuck out. Like I'm not, you know, I would read when I was bored or when when the teacher wasn't teaching something that was interesting. And then when I got interested, I would just close my book, look up, and then start paying attention and participating. But you know, because the problem with school is on Monday they teach the new lesson plan. You know, they do the lecture of the new lesson, and then for the rest of the week, you're practicing the same shit that you learned on Monday. You know, and I would learn it on Monday, get it down pat by the end of the day, come back the next day, and she's wanting to, you know, review it and shit. And I'm like, what? And I didn't know any better. I wish I mean, if I knew what I or knew then what I know now, I would have said, you know, I need to be in a more advanced class, or I need, you know, I would have solved it. But it took me a long time to really find something that wasn't self-destructive for me to or me to pour my energy, unused energy into. But it was interesting, you know, when I think back. Fuck, man, I swear it was like I lived like 5 lifetimes just in my childhood going to school. because it was like, man, so eventful, so eventful. Every year was like a new. I mean, I remember after middle school, I had like a record like that thick. They had two of those manila files swole out to their maximum after just 3 years. Just 3 years. Like, I remember I used to not know what the problem was, but now I do know what it is. I was fucking bored and I was a little boy with a shit ton of energy. That's why I kind of resent school, not so much anymore, but it's like school, American education really lets little boys down, especially if they have any special needs whatsoever. Like, do they need get extra classes or advanced classes, to keep them occupied, to give them interesting and creative projects to do so that they're not bored in the rest of their classes? Or do they need, extra classes to correct a slur or something, or to correct a speech impediment? You know what I mean? ESOL. And this, they're just garbage for little boys. Little girls, they can sit still for 6 hours every day and be a teacher's pet, and they can do that and that works for them, but man, it just did not work for me. I spent a hell of a lot of time sitting in the office like all day, like in school suspension they call it, like in elementary school, sitting in there with these old battle axes, these old gossiping hens in the office, because they were all older women, the principal, the secretary, all a bunch of highly degreed old white women. And I'd have to sit in there and listen to these fucking ladies run their mouths. Oh my God, dude. It was like a sewing circle. Oh my God. And they were old. They had all of them were at the ends of their careers too. So, they had been teaching since like the late 70s and shit. So it was like the stuff they talked about was so ancient. I mean, I had such a different childhood than everybody else too, because I always kind of related to adults. Like when I would go to my cousin's house to stay the night, I would spend half the time that I was there talking to his dad. Uh, I'm not related to any of my uncles, but I only have aunts that are related to me with blood. But and with my friends too. Like I remember one of my friends from football. When I'd go to his house, I would hang out with his dad like half the time. I don't know what it was, but something about older, like I would be fascinated. I'd be enraptured, totally entranced by just listening to them tell stories, especially down here in Florida. I always had a thing, good old boys. They always tell the funniest stories. They have the funniest affects. And like those were always, and all my friends seemed like all my uncles and all my friends kind of were good old boys more, or their dads were. Like I went to all the same schools that my parents went to, grew up in the same neighborhood and stuff. I heard somebody say this about Florida the other day, that Florida has changed so much, like, because I think the person, they were probably a boomer, maybe a Gen X, and they had lived here their whole life, and they were saying, I think they lived in Miami too, and they were talking about how much it's changed. And the woman was like, I remember when I was younger, there was orange groves everywhere. She's like, shit, you're lucky if you even see an orange tree in your entire, you could drive across the state and not see one. And I was thinking to myself how right that is, man, how right she is about that, and it's for multiple reasons. But like when I was a kid, we lived kind of outside of town, the city, and we lived around a lot of orange groves. And my parents told me, like, even where our house was, that was orange groves when they were growing up. Now, there are no orange groves, no matter where you go in Central Florida. No more orange groves. And even in Polk County and stuff, where they used to, where orange grow, like where that's where all the orange farms and stuff were. They don't even have them anymore because of the cold snaps or the frost line, and they've all switched to peaches. They've all gotten Georgia what are they called? Uh Clacker peaches, or what are they, or Clatch peaches or something like that. I think they're Placker peaches or something like that. But yeah, they've all switched to peaches. Almost none of them do oranges anymore. Like I used to do land clearing out there for the county. I would clear their ditches and stuff once every month. And some of those ditches, the county ditches, would go through these orange farmers' property. And half of them had oranges still, the other half had peaches, which I kind of thought that was cool though, because, as soon as the climate changes to where oranges no longer work, that means you have the perfect climate for peaches. Because peaches, it's like it's just too when it's just too cold for oranges, just a couple degrees, or you might get one cold snap a season or a winter that is too cold for oranges. That's perfect for peaches. Georgia's good for peach, but I always thought that was kind of cool, and they look different, and it really doesn't take that long to get for the trees to start bearing fruit. I used to think 5 or 10 years, or it was a lifetime, but now it's a couple. It's really not that long. But I remember one of these guys that had a ditch going through his property. This guy he had to have been in his fucking late 80s, man. Had to have been in his late 80s. Had this orange farm, and the dude still ran the whole thing himself. This guy, he come out, like, we drove back to his property. We parked everything there, and then started the ditch on his property. It's like 5 miles of ditch too. But when we got there, the guy comes out to use his tractor and trim the trees, and he come out, and he had, like, he almost reminded me of like a mechanic. How they wear those dark blue uniforms. And this guy had like denim with like one of those old trucker hats from the 80s, like a John Deere trucker hat. Or it might have even been like a local peach stand trucker hat or something. But he come out with a trucker hat on, one of those button-up shirts that people always wore in the 60s, kind of like this. They're usually blue or white or light pink. And a pair of like blue jeans on, and shit kickers. And this guy was like 90, man, and he was out there killing it, dude. He jumps up in this big ass John Deere tractor, and he had one of these Batwing lawnmowers. Basically, it's like a normal Batwing lawnmower, but they use it to trim the trees. They drive between the trees. They drive down the row, and because the mower, the Batwings, they're at an angle, all they have to do is go straight down the center of the row, and it trims all of the trees. It trims them perfectly. And I've said this before, but it turns the entire row of orange trees or peach trees, it turns them into one long orange hedge. Instead of a bunch of individual trees, they all grow together, and you end up with a long ass hedge where they've all grown together. And that's what he was doing, man. Working this big. It was badass, though. He had you could tell he had been doing it for like half. It's probably since they started growing oranges here. And the dude just had it down, man. He had that shit sewed up, dude. Sewed up, man. And I wasn't jealous, but I was thinking, man, that guy's got it made, dude. Made, man. And it's so nice out there, it really is. It's always there's never any clouds in the sky. Sky's always beautiful and blue. And I feel like it's not quite as hot as it is in the city and stuff in those areas. Lots of shade, or it's just everything's green, shorn, trimmed. All there's no stores and stuff around, but all of these farm owners, all these landowners, they keep their property nice because they've lived there a long time. But it's just I really like that area. And I've lived there before. I'll probably end up moving back, but it is a shame how things, man, like, things change so much. Like, it's not like the old days. It's not like the 20th century, the 19th century, where you grow up someplace and even if you leave and don't come back till you're like 60, you come back and it's pretty much the same. You know, things changed a lot slower before the new millennia. They really did a lot slower. Now all of a sudden, it's like I really don't even get out that much, but I swear every time that I get out, and if every time that I go more than like 5 miles outside of where I live, it's like a whole new area every time. Like there's stores that weren't there the last time. I mean, like it's wild. It really is wild. Just the other day, I didn't know that they built a Chipotle within like a mile and a half, 2 miles of my house. I was like, what the? When did that come up? Though I don't eat Chipotle anymore, but I don't eat out anymore, really. But it's just crazy. Everything's changing so fast, and honestly, I fucking hate it. I hate it. Like I kind of I plan on moving. You know, eventually I'm gonna move back or move out, uh, away from the city. I don't like the city. I want to live someplace rural. Like just I don't have any. I don't like anything about the city. Just gonna be straight up. Don't like anything about. I don't like anything about the suburbs. Nothing about the city. I think it's just bullshit. You know, it's not that people are mean to each other or anything. I just the traffic, the overcrowdedness, the fucking waiting in lines at gas stations, waiting in lines at fucking grocery stores. I'm fucking done with it, man. I just don't like people that much. I really don't. Started to like when I once I turned 30, I really started to notice that man, I just don't like most people. If I'm being honest, I just don't like most people. And I like if I don't like somebody, I don't if I can help it, I don't want to ever see them again, really. And I've lived in smaller towns. Like I said, I lived near a lot of cattle ranches and orange groves and stuff. And it's just a much better environment. Like you know everybody in your community and you know who they are and they share the same values. They all look like we do. They treat each other with respect, and you don't have to, you know, you don't even have to think twice. Like when I used to call somebody on Craigslist to buy something from them, you don't even think twice. You don't have to bring a pistol. You don't have to, like, you don't even think twice. It's for sure. Whereas in the city it's not like that, it's sketch, like you don't know, like, and I don't trust a lot of people, especially since my people are such a small percentage of the people that live in my city, and I don't like it, man. Fuck that shit. I do not like it. And I had somebody trying to talking shit to me on X, and people talking shit to me because I feel that way. Oh, you're just fucking low IQ, this and that. Oh, you just fucking, you have a problem with fuck other people, this and that. Like trying to say I'm a low IQ bigot and shit. It's like, bro, I'm not a low IQ bigot, you faggot. Like, you say that because you don't know me from Adam. You say that because you're an idiot. You don't have wisdom. You're a fucking moron. You judge people. You don't know what you're talking about. They just jump to this conclusion. And I've said it before in the chats. It's like, bro, why is it that fucking Indians are allowed to not want to be ruled by fucking white people, but I'm not allowed to not want to be ruled by Indians? You gonna tell me that that's low IQ, motherfucker? That I want what Gandhi wanted? That's low IQ? That's low IQ. Okay, I see. I see how it is. Like, bro, I don't want to hear that shit anymore, man. It's not low IQ. These are absolutely human, natural feelings, natural and perfectly reasonable human instincts and human impulses and human feelings. When somebody tries to shame me for those perfectly acceptable feelings and sentiments, I want to hurt them. I'm done here. I'm done enduring that shit. I take it out on people. I make sure that they think twice before they assume that next time, because I make sure that they understand that they're fucking stupid. That no, I'm not the one that's low IQ. They're the one that's low IQ. I've thought about the subject orders of magnitude more times than the average human being. This stuff, I've thought about it backwards and forwards. I've spent hours of my life locked into like 100% focus about these subjects, trying to figure out why I feel that way. And is it is it reasonable that I feel this? I do that with everything. Because, I don't want to be ruled by my emotions and my feelings. That's why I spend a lot of time, a lot of introspection, picking these things apart and finding out what makes them tick. And when somebody says shit like that, I'm thinking to myself, like, bro, I get that it's kind of silly to be afraid of people just because they're different and this and that, but it's like, it's not silly to want to be ruled by, to be ruled over, to be lorded over, to have superiors, people with responsibility for me or for us and our communities. I want those people to be a part of my community. I don't want to be ruled by that person if they are not a part of my in-group. Absolutely not. Fuck no. Because, the odds that you hurt somebody that's not in your in-group versus somebody who's in your in-group are like night and day. People feel like I'm white, and if I became a politician, yeah, no, of course I wouldn't hurt white people because that's my community and I would only be hurting myself and my own community. Why would I do that? That's stupid. I have a stake in that community, so I'm less apt to fuck that community over for selfish reasons. Whereas if it's another, if I lived in India, would I think twice about fucking? I mean, I wouldn't do it, but like I would be more apt to be okay with fucking over other people than my own people. There's another level of guilt there. That's how I see it. Is I'm an American and there's no reason why I need to be ruled by somebody I don't know and I don't understand, that I'm not familiar with their mannerisms and their own idiosyncrasies and their cultural distinctions. I'm not comfortable being ruled by somebody that I don't know their values and their proclivities and their interests and their likes and dislikes and traditions. That's not acceptable to me. I don't need to, so why would I do it? Why would I subject myself to potentially worse treatment when I don't have to accept worse treatment? And if I do have to accept worse treatment, it's going to be by the people that are a part of my community. Because it's one thing to get fucked over by somebody in my community that I voted in. It's another thing to get fucked over by a fucking stranger, somebody who's an outsider who just blows into town and steal and ends up robbing me. Those are two distinctly different things. And the people that refuse to acknowledge that, I have no fucking patience for those people. And there's a lot of people like that on X, and it's like, bro, you're not concerned with solutions. You're not concerned with reality. You're not concerned with how other people feel. And they're not going to make me believe that they don't care about somebody in how their own community, people in their own community feel. They care more about somebody outside of their own community. They care more about how an Indian feels. An Indian, a foreigner in America, they care more about how that person feels than how I feel, the person that, is their countryman. If that's the case, then I don't listen to a word that person has to say. And every person that I can, I'm going to tell them, hey, that guy's a traitor right there. And that guy wants to fuck you over so that a foreigner can benefit. That's how I am. That's how I see that. Like, we don't have to take that shit. It's like, bro, hey, if you're not going to do it, then we'll just replace your fuck ass. Like, that's how we need to start playing ball with these politicians. Look, we expect demographic security, asshole. Okay, you give us retirement security. Where's our fucking demographic security? Fuck your retirement security. Fuck your social security. Where's my motherfucking demographic security, bitch? Where is my motherfucking country security? Fuck you and your fucking social security. Fuck you and your Medicaid and your EBT. Bitch, I want to know that my country is safe for my children. I want to know that my community isn't going to be sold, chopped up piecemeal and sold off to the highest bidders and shit. Like, that's the security that I'm concerned with. Motherfucker, I'll live in the fucking street for the last 10 or 20 years. Fuck, you can euthanize me. How about that? But please, I'll give up my right to Social Security, even though it's not going to be there when it's our turn. I'll give all that shit up. Just give me demographic security. How about that? Fuck all them other safety nets. Let me get that safety net. I'll struggle along. Like, that's how we need to start. And if they're not going to give that to us, okay, then we're just going to find somebody who will do that. Because, and these fucking cocksucking Democrats and these liberals, our precious democracy, our precious democracy. Yeah, well, this precious democracy says it wants to remain a white country, and it doesn't want to live with Indians and Jays and Middle Easterners and coloreds of this shade and that shade. And people that speak this language and that language, but not the English language. Yeah, fuck those people. I want security against those people. Those people have their own countries. India is for Indians. Pakistan's for Pakistanis. China's for the Chinese. Russia's for the Russians. Where is my fucking country? Where's my fucking country? Like, the shit is pissing me off because they keep trying to gaslight us and tell us that we have a country or that, they just keep giving us bullshit excuses and then walking away before we can retort. I heard some fucking douchebag or some fucking Chinese person, I forget what they call it, the white left. I think that's what they call it. It was on X. The white left, and let me see if I can find it, actually. I seen it a little bit ago. But it's like a Chinese term for basically the left, American lefts, and the American leftists and rightists. Like, because it said, fucking bullshit ass connection. Because it said all these fucking white people that all they care about in the world is immigration, minorities, climate change, and something else. The other two, the last two were the leftist causes. And the first two were the rightist causes. And I was thinking, because it was an Asian person, a Chinese person that posted, yeah, China, they don't think, they actually care about what happens to the human race. They think long term. They don't think in these narrow bands, these narrow little, niche, specialty political positions. And I retorted, I snapped back like, bro, fuck you, dude. You actually have a government that cares about China, about your fucking country, and actually respects your peoplehood and that you guys are an ethnicity and respects that is your country and your land. Our fucking country, our cocksucking elites, they don't give it. No, they think the land is theirs. And we're just the fucking, The goats or the fucking the stock that they put on the land to keep the land from becoming overgrown. You know, this is their land. That's how they feel. And they can put whoever they want on it. They can replace and get rid of and ship in and ship out because it's their land. You see, it ain't our land. We're just the suckers that live on it. You know, like our politicians, they're so concerned with today, the short-term dollar they're going to make in the fucking stock market. Meanwhile, China's playing the long game. The Chinese people, the Han Chinese and China, that's going to be a force to reckon with until humans are gone. China and those people that look like those people, they're going to be there in half a fucking millennia. I very much so doubt if we're going to be here in 100 years. China, that's a fact. You can say that without question. Yeah, they're going to be here for another 1,000 years. Persia, yeah, they're going to be here for another 1,000 years. But white people, we're fucked, bro. We're fucked. Our own, like, whatever makes us so special, it also makes us pieces of shit too. Or something, because these people that have control of the levers, they don't give a fuck if their kids are, or their progeny is still on the planet. All they care about is today and the buck they can make today, and that's all they give a shit about, man. They don't give a fuck if there's one white person on Earth. They don't give a fuck if anybody even remembers that we went on the moon. They don't care if they remember that we discovered the new world. They don't give a fuck, man. All they care about, graph go up. Profit, the profit motive, profit. Graph go up. That's all they give a fuck about, man. And you know something? It's either fuck it and I'm not fucking doing any, like, I don't want to try anymore. Like we should just fucking strike and just say, yeah, we're not fucking working another day until you assholes give us some kind of a Magna Carta thing saying foreigners can't become politicians. Foreigners can't fucking, like, build a wall, and foreigner, you know what I'm saying? Like something like, yo, we're not paying taxes anymore. You know, so, and we'll, and hey, if China comes over and invades us, so fucking be it, assholes. But, you know, I almost want to do it just because they would no longer get to rule. They would no longer be in charge. Because if they're not going to do what we want, we should just give it away. Just say, well, if we don't get our way, then you don't get your way, asshole. If we don't get our way, then fuck it. We'll knock the chessboard over then, you motherfuckers. How about that? If you don't listen to us, then this is how it's going to go. You're not getting shit either. We'll burn this whole motherfucker down, and we won't let you build dick until you know what? Nobody's building shit until some other country takes over, and those elites don't get shit. Matter of fact, you know, they wouldn't even make it to that far. But I'm just saying, like, if they're not going to play ball with us, well, then they shouldn't be allowed to remain in power. They shouldn't be allowed to reap the benefits of being our elites, because they serve at our pleasure. They're there because somebody has to be there, and you know, like, they're there because we ask them to be there. We ask them to be there because they're supposed to do what we want. Well, they don't want to do what we want. Well, it's then like, well, then you don't get the privileges and all the perks and the free shit and the fucking power and getting to control shit and making lots of money and writing law. Yeah, you don't get none of that shit, motherfucker. You have to meet a minimum standard. You have to listen to we have to get something out of this too. Otherwise, what are we paying our taxes for? If you're just a fucking bandit and you're fucking robbing us blind, we're not getting anything for any of the money that we pay in taxes, then why should you get shit? Why should you even be allowed to live for another second if that's what you do? Why? Why shouldn't we fucking put you in front of a firing squad? You know, fuck sending these assholes to jail. Firing squad. Let's see how many of them fuck off next time. You know, and hopefully it does scare people out of wanting to be politicians, because it's a fucking gravy train. It should be only the guys with the stones and the intellect to do it. This is bullshit, man, that we're getting just jerked around by these people who think that they're owed this stuff, who think that we just have to lay down and take it. We have to lay prostrate and let them stick it in our ass. No, we don't. Fuck them and the horse they rode in on. Oh, shit. Oops. I thought it was about to... He did send out... Okay, yeah, here we go. Fuck yeah. Yeah. All right, bet. Just in time. You already know, dime on time. Bruh. 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 Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh. Bruh. Bruh.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, like, the changes I was thinking about making, doing, like, automatic breaks every 20 minutes where that, like, my stream does a 3-minute break every 20 minutes, just because sometimes I need, like, a couple minutes every so often to catch my breath and kind of see what's going on. You know, kind of like how TYT does it, doing, like, 20 minutes on, then 3 minutes or 5 minutes off, then another 20 minutes on, 5, and that way, because the ads are automatic. But if I do it that way, I can do the ads during the break. That way, you know, you guys don't miss anything and you know that, you know, okay, this is the bathroom break or whatever. That way you just leave it on. I can put the ads on. You don't have to watch them. You know what I mean? Like, because I've been thinking about this, how can I make this more streamlined for everybody involved here, for myself and you guys? And if I did it that way, I could do all the ads before the fucking show, before Nick comes on. That way, just let it ride through smooth for you guys. And, you know, because really they can't tell if you're watching them or not. If they play on your screen, it doesn't matter if you're actually looking at them or not. So, you know, I was just thinking, shit, man, that's a good, you know, that's a pretty good idea. You know what I mean? That way, you know, it's not when I'm in the middle of talking about something. And you wouldn't have to watch him when Nick is on. I could just get him out of the way. Also, like I said, I get cotton mouth and shit. I need to use the bathroom occasionally. I've just been thinking about that I think the show would be better if I had a couple minutes to kind of organize my thoughts or look at some notes. Because there's dead time sometimes. I'll kind of exhaust a topic and then I have to, you know, stop talking, read for a second. There's a pause, then I come back. I just thinking maybe it would be better if I just did little small breaks that are automatic every 20 minutes, like a 3 or 4 minute break. That would be fucking legit. Yeah. Yeah, I ever since I bought that pouch of rolling tobacco, I haven't really been smoking.
Good evening, everybody. You are watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Thursday.
Fuck yeah.
We have a lot to talk about tonight. Lots to get into. Big show.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez.
And actually, I'm going to switch it up a little bit.
Nice.
I said on Twitter that tonight we would talk about Iran and China and Cuba, but at the last minute, I totally forgot. There's another huge story. By the way, you can hear me, right? We're not muted? Okay. Somebody in the live chat said muted. I got freaked out. We had some technical difficulties last night. But last minute, I had to switch it up because I totally forgot. There was a huge piece today, I think in Vanity Fair, about the downfall of the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro. Be our big story tonight, featured story. Huge piece. Shit. Like I said, I think it was in Vanity Fair.
I wanted to sync it back up. Oh, sorry. Shit.
the biggest publisher on Facebook in the English language. Shapiro was the #1 up-and-coming ascended pundit. And now it is unequivocally true that Daily Wire is the big loser in the conservative media space, hemorrhaging views, subscribers, money. They had a huge round of layoffs. By some estimates, they've laid off 60% of their staff in the past year. So we're going to go through that article. We're going to talk about all that and everything that's happening over at Daily Wire. I never thought I would see the day. But truly, things are getting better. Things are changing. And I said on Twitter today, I quote tweeted the article. I said, I won. I won. When I got started 9 years ago, it was Daily Wire trying to throttle me in the crib. Daily Wire tried to blacklist me. There was a whisper campaign. They really tried to prevent me from building any kind of career. Not only did they fail, but I became arguably the most influential commentator among Generation Z conservatives. We talked about it last
Empire
night.
Strikes Back. Shit.
I am the archetype. Who do they emulate? Hassan Piker, John Doyle, all these other people from different countries. It's this show. Simultaneously, not 6 months after the generational run, Daily Wire is on its way out. There's like an inverse correlation as America First and me and others too, Candace Owens, Tucker, Megyn, as we have all risen. And I would say that it's really a result of the Israel issue. Simultaneously, Daily Wire and Shapiro have fallen off hard. And now they're cooked. It's over for them. So we're going to talk all about that. Like I said, we'll work through this article. We're also going to talk tonight about what is happening in Cuba. One of the rare bright spots, I have to say. Now, I know this is controversial among the, communist filth, the workers of the world unite crowd, left-wing garbage, hippies. It's actually a good thing that America is colonizing the Caribbean and Latin America. That's a good thing. That's our backyard. That's our neighborhood. And the big story tonight is that our CIA director, John Ratcliffe, visited Havana, Cuba, and met with their government there. It's a huge deal. It's not completely unprecedented. The director under Obama, John Brennan, visited Cuba about 15 years ago, and they brokered a diplomatic thaw. But this time, Trump administration is coming in seeking something a little bit more ambitious. After the Trump administration took control of Venezuela, they effectively shut down all oil, all energy that is being imported into Cuba. Cuba relied primarily on Mexico and Venezuela for all of its energy. Trump administration seized control over Venezuela and its oil and has put considerable pressure on the Sheinbaum government of Mexico, and they have shut down all the oil that goes in. As of last week, Cuba says they're out of oil. No diesel, no oil, no nothing. They're out of energy. Now the electricity blackouts last 22 hours a day. They got nothing. So we effectively broke their back. It is like a domino theory in the Caribbean. You bring down Venezuela, Cuba goes next. And so Ratcliffe is there in Cuba. And the ask from Cuba, after exerting this considerable pressure upon them through energy, is we want them to decouple and break apart from Russia and China. Russia and China operate surveillance posts there, listening posts. So they are probably spying on America, and they're spying on all the activity in those surrounding waters in the Gulf of America and elsewhere. And so the ask right now from the Trump administration is to, from an intelligence and surveillance point of view, decouple from our adversaries. And the ultimate goal, it seems, is to weaken the power of the Communist Party there and eventually have a democratic regime change, which, by the way, I think that's a good thing. I'm all for that. I was very in favor of the operation in Venezuela, and all of these erstwhile allies of ours
Yeah, I know I'm muted.
on the Israel critical side, They said this is horrific. It's colonialism. It's neo-imperialism. I'm like, yeah, that's a good thing. We're America. We're going to take orders from a bunch of Mexicans? Well, hang on. We're going to take orders from a bunch of communist Mexicans in other countries? I don't think so. There's actually nothing good in itself about socialism and communism. There's nothing good in itself about having neighbors and countries within our rightful sphere of influence that are aligned with our enemies or rivals, adversaries, however you want to frame it. Nothing beneficial about that. And so I think an aligned South and Central America, an aligned Central and Latin America, this is clearly geostrategically beneficial for the United States. Now, you may argue, and it's a valid argument, you may argue that in order for the United States to free itself from the Jewish oligarchy, that America has to be strategically defeated by its adversaries. And in that frame, you might say that naturally, if America's enemies are stronger and America's weaker, then that is a good thing. That's progress towards our ultimate goal. But you cannot say that it's good in and of itself that we are surrounded by enemies. Eventually, we would have to deal with that. Eventually, when we have our regime change, when we decouple from Israel or from this Jewish syndicate, well, then we would have to deal with the fact that China and Russia have expanded their influence over the world. But I maintain that I think this is it is beneficial for us to have more power regardless. So we're going to get into all that. We'll talk about it, and we'll talk about the situation unfolding there. That I have no problem with. You want to go to war in Iran, on the other side of the world, causes an energy shock, no chance of winning. It's going to cost us $100 billion. We lose all our bases. I want nothing to do with that. But you go into Venezuela, nobody dies. It costs us no money. We get all their oil. We topple Cuba a couple months later. I think that's a great deal. And it's in our neighborhood. It's in our backyard. I think that's totally fine. But like I said, we'll get into it. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Remember to check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. Get our spring and summer collection. We got the new hat, all the new merch. We got the quarter zip still, and I'm wearing it tonight. So I'm not going to be here tomorrow. What do you think? Not going to be here tomorrow because I have some collaborations this weekend. I got some stuff lined up. I think you'll be excited about it. I'm missing Casual Friday. I didn't feel like wearing a suit tonight, so I said I'll just wear the quarter zip. I don't know, though. Do you think I should wear it with the collar up? Or do you think I should wear it with it like this? What do you think? One's in the chat for collar up, 2 for collar down. See, I feel like this is how it's supposed to look, but this makes me feel like a supervillain. Like from the side. Kind of makes me feel villainous. You know? Like I'm brooding. I don't know. I like it with the beard, too. The beard makes me look evil. I'm evil. The beard makes me look a little bit more mature, a little more evil. Like I'm on the island. I'm on the island with Epstein. We're like Darth Vader and Palpatine, you know, looking at the construction of the island. So let me know. I like it like this. I think I'm going to wear it like this. Yeah, people are saying keep it popped. Okay. All right, we're going to move on anyway. So that's the quarter zip. Check it out. People are still mad about the quarter zip. We got the white one as well. Let me just grab this. They're still crashing out about, so we have it in white too. It's the same thing, it's just different colors. People are crashing out about the quarter zip still. It's just a shirt. It's crazy. My widow shirt? No one wants to wear my widow shirt. me and me widow shirt doing America First with the hat. I mean, this is just like an unbeatable combination, okay? Take a look. Now watch this. Ready? Watch this. Blue hat, blue quarter zip. Okay? White hat, white quarter zip. And it matches because the letters are blue on both of them. It's the same color blue. This is just an unbeatable. I got to get this in a small. I'm too small. I got to get it in a small with the hat. That'll be next week maybe. Anyway. So check it out. Oh, you know what? I have it. I have a small. It's somewhere else. Next week. Next week I'll wear the small. Anyway. But yeah, I did see, of course, all the usual suspects crashing out over the quarter zip. Yesterday I said we fuck with Epstein. They took the bait. They clipped it again. Here's my thing, okay? And I'm just going to say this and then we're going to move on. So I see Jake Shields, all the usual suspects. They say he's wearing the quarter zip. Epstein's this horrible person. Then they're going to go and talk about like killing everybody. So you're okay with going out and killing people in real life. You're talking about, I saw a text from Jake Shields where he says, I think we should have gassed those K words. So you're in favor of genocide. You're saying, I don't think it happened, but it should have. So you think genocide is good, but a quarter zip is bad. Make that one make sense. I get people saying the Holocaust never happened. Valid. But I see a text where he says it didn't happen, but it should have. Then he's going to cry about a shirt. It's like something doesn't make sense here. You can't be mad that I'm selling a shirt and also say we're going to exterminate Israel and the Holocaust should have happened. It's not very consistent. But anyway, we are going to move on. We're going to get into it. Our big story for the night, like I said, we're going to shift gears a little bit. I was going to talk a lot about the situation in China, but to be honest with you, nothing is really happening in China. As you know, President Trump is there for a multi-day visit with Xi Jinping, and they're talking about a number of things. They're getting into trade and Iran and Taiwan, talking about a grand bargain, but it doesn't seem that there is a ton of progress. There's really no need for Beijing to come to the table and make a deal, and their relationship to the war in the Persian Gulf is very complicated. A lot of people think it's cut and dry, like China is on Iran's side, and so they're going to defend them. It's a little more complicated than that. So we're not going to talk too much about that. There just hasn't been too many major developments out of Beijing right now. We're going to talk about this big article from the New Yorker, and it's all about the downfall of the Daily Wire. And finally, someone has reported on this. I think we covered this a few weeks ago. It was earlier in the year that Daily Wire announced a round of major layoffs. We don't know how substantial they were, but some people are saying it was 50% of their staff from across the board, but concentrated in their Nashville headquarters.
It's like 200 people, I think.
So they lost a ton of people. Simultaneously, everybody is pointing out how Daily Wire just doesn't get views anymore. If you look at their YouTube channel, if you look at Shapiro's show in particular, their viewership, new subscribers have taken a massive dive. Viewership is a disaster, and they're just not gaining subscribers at all. They're actually losing subscribers every month. And this is a really big deal because everybody, I think, looks at the conservative media landscape and maybe they don't understand exactly the dynamics that are going on there. But for those that do not know, at one point in time, Daily Wire was the biggest, the richest, the most substantial conservative media outlet in the ecosystem. Cannot be overstated. Do you know that at one point in time, Daily Wire was the #1 English language publisher on all of Facebook?
Oh, shit.
Facebook is the biggest platform in the world, 3 billion active users. I believe YouTube is at 2.5 billion, Instagram's at 1.5 billion. It's been a long time since I looked at these numbers. They might have changed. But Facebook is by far and away the biggest. Now, you would suspect that because conservatives are censored and canceled, and there's this big problem of ideological editorial censorship on the internet, you might think that Daily Wire, like the rest of us, might be struggling or might be suppressed. It's the opposite. Daily Wire had a deal with all these big tech companies. At least this is what was represented to me by people in the know. They had a deal with YouTube. They had a deal with Facebook. And at Facebook, they became, for several years in a row, the #1 publisher on the entire platform. Not the #1 conservative publisher, not the #1 political publisher. They were bigger than CNN, bigger than the New York Times on liberal Facebook. They were making $100 million a year, selling razors, chocolate bars, t-shirts, movies. They thought they were going to be Hollywood.
They did. They really did.
And now it looks like they are on the brink of collapse. Now, this is the article. We're going to read through it and then talk about some of the significance of it. It says, quote, "There was a time not very long ago when Ben Shapiro could reasonably call himself the king of all conservative media. In 2020, as Drew Harwell at the Washington Post explains, Shapiro's media company, The Daily Wire, ranked as Facebook's top English language publisher for 3 straight months. Its sarcastic news items on then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's salon visit gained millions more views than the websites of Fox News, CNN, and the New York Times. Shapiro himself was ubiquitous, a right-wing star who had risen to fame before Donald Trump and seamlessly adapted to the MAGA takeover of the Republican Party. He was a digital battering ram against Democrats and the progressive left. He seemed guaranteed, like Fox itself, for an indefinite run at the top of the media heap. That's all over now. The Daily Wire is instituting significant layoffs. Its website has emerged as one of the great traffic losers in conservative media. Meanwhile, the company has seen its subscriber base on YouTube starting to shrink. There are Daily Wire YouTube videos that now, after a few days online, have fewer than 10,000 views. 10,000 views. A catastrophically small number for a channel with 3 million subscribers. The top comments all mock the low view counts. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. If a variety of poor business decisions can be blamed in part for the Daily Wire's downfall, ill-fated investments in feature films and epic fantasy series and peculiar merchandise, the greater story is the collapse of Shapiro's constituency, especially among the young media consumers who once fueled the Daily Wire's runaway growth. There are 2 realities to Shapiro conservatism in 2026. It retains a significant foothold among Republican elites. At the same time, it is fast being rejected by the future grassroots of the party. Shapiro, an Orthodox Jew, is fiercely pro-Israel. His support for Israel and hatred of the Palestinian cause are issues that define him as a political figure. He is an unequivocal backer of Netanyahu's Israel and a committed conventional neoconservative. He has been predictably thrilled by Trump's war against Iran. Also a fiscal libertarian and social conservative, Shapiro once sat at the happy median of the Republican voter and could claim, at least in the 2010s, that he understood the beating heart of campus conservatism. No longer. The anti-Israel, anti-Semitic groypers, led by Nick Fuentes, are in ascendance. Candace Owens, who once worked with Shapiro at the Daily Wire, now boasts a YouTube channel larger than his, where she's indulged in anti-Israel conspiracy theories, warred with Charlie Kirk's widow, and even broken with Trump without suffering any financial consequences. It's just me and Candace. It's always should have just been about me and Candace Owens. Look at us again. Here we are reuniting on Daily Wire's grave. Yo, Candace, I gotta take a piss. Where's Ben Shapiro's grave? Candace, I gotta go to the bathroom. Quick, where's Ben Shapiro's grave? I gotta take a leak.
Nice.
It should have always just been about me and Candace Owens. We're like Bonnie and Clyde, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, Ebony and Ivory. You can't have one without the other. Anyway, That's besides the point. Isn't it funny, though? Together again, united in the article. It goes on. It says, beyond Owens and Fuentes, Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly have found massive audiences of their own brand of conspiratorial commentary that marries Israel skepticism and isolationist advocacy. Carlson and Kelly have loudly opposed the war in Iran. Trump reviles them, but neither ex-Fox talking head has backed down. Carlson seems to be moving on from Trump completely. The collapse of the Daily Wire can be seen as a dire warning for traditional Republicans. Young conservatives are looking on as the Iran war rapidly devolves into a quagmire and seeing all the damage it has wrought. They view this as an outgrowth of Israeli foreign policy, and they don't like it. In a post-Trump future, they'll have little desire to repeat these interventions. Like the Rockefeller Republicans of yore, the Shapiro Republican could go extinct entirely. Guys, after 9 long years, 9 years, we won. We finally won. Think about it. 9 years ago, do you remember what it was like? I was 18 years old. I was in college. I had a show on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I was getting 100 viewers per night. I was lucky if I cracked 1,000 views on an episode. Ben Shapiro was number one. He spoke at CPAC, making $100 million a year. They were creating the intellectual dark web. All this, they had all the talent. Jordan Peterson, Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Andrew Klavan. They had the big documentaries, What is a Woman? They had the Pendragon Cycle. They had the razors and the chocolate bars. It was the place to be. At the same time, back in 2017, nobody was talking about Israel and nobody could. Nobody was talking about Israel. Nobody was talking about Jews, and nobody wanted to hear about it. They didn't even want to go there, and everybody was unequivocally, unthinkingly, unquestioningly pro-Israel. Fast forward 9 years later. Nick Fuentes and the Groypers are in ascendance. The clips are viral. We're on the generational run. I don't think there's a single Gen Z conservative. I don't know that there's a conservative under the age of 30 that has not been influenced by the Groypers. There's some flavor of Groyper. We're all Groypers now. There is an increasingly tiny contingent of anybody that is even remotely sympathetic to Shapiro, Trump for that matter, anything that is going on the institutional right wing. We're all Groypers. At the same time, the biggest podcasts, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, all of which, at the minimum, are not pro-Israel. They might be in the middle, questioning. Maybe they have one foot in, one foot out, play both sides. Most of them are stridently anti-Israel and explicitly anti-Shapiro, anti-neocon, vocally against the wars. And now Shapiro is finished. They get no views, no subscriber growth. Revenue has fallen off a cliff, mass layoffs, and everybody.
He started to disrespect his audience. That's why people turned off, disrespected them. He took them for granted.
Recognizes where the needle is pointing. It took 9 years, but we finally did it. We made it out of the hood, made it out of the streets. We used to pray for times like this. We used to pray for times like this when we were on Maker Support and Patreon, when I was banned on Twitter, when I was banned from CPAC. And look at how the tables have turned. Amazing. This is one of the few areas where I'm actually white-pilled. It is one of the few bright spots, because you have to say that while the majority of people overall are probably still not red-pilled, not really ready for what is about to come next, the real source of optimism is that the young people are, specifically the young men. And that's what matters. If you ever get blackpilled, just remember all the exit polling, all the surveys, all the opinion polling. When you look at any measure of public opinion or elections for that matter, it's always talking about the general public. But the general public is diverse by age, by race, socioeconomic class, by ideological conviction. But when you look at the young white men, when you control for all of those variables, when you focus on the demographic that matters, they're all groypers. When you look at the young conservative white men, they are all, for the most part, on the same page. And it's really just a question of taste. They might not all be my biggest fan, but if they're not my biggest fan, they're a big Tucker fan. And if they're not a Tucker fan, they're a Candace fan. And if they're not a Candace fan, they're watching Theo Von. Or they're just, broadly speaking, conspiratorial about Israel and Jews, which is a far cry from what it was 10 years ago. And the thing about that is it is, one, never going back in the bottle. You're never going to get back to where you were, where there was an enforced silence and nobody was questioning the issue and no one would even consider skepticism of Israel. That's over. We're on the other side. We're through the looking glass on that. Irreversible. But number two, if you have the young men, you own the future. The young men, not even the young people. It's not about young people. It's about the young men. Forget about the boomers. Forget about the Xers. Forget about the older people. And forget about the women. Women are always followers. If you have the young, precocious, ambitious, politically engaged men, well, guess who's going to be running everything in 20 years? Those people. Those are the people that are in the Ivy Leagues. Those are the people running the conservative student papers. Those are the people taking the American Moment fellowships, the internships at the think tanks. They're the ones that are the seasonal interns and staffers in the White House, in the administration. And those are the people building their resumes that are going to be the apparatchiks and the cadre of the right wing in 15 or 20 years. It won't be anybody else. So that is actually a huge white pill. And it goes to show, by the way, that the ideas do matter. And maybe there's something to say about this latest conversation, what is happening in the Israel critical right. Let's say this in the first place. Shapiro had every advantage, like we talked about. He had platform access when we didn't. We were all censored. We were all banned. He had a backroom deal with YouTube and Facebook to stay in business and actually to be a monopoly on conservative publishing. So they had the platforms, we didn't. They had an ungodly amount of money. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. We had nothing. We were canceled. They were not. They were welcome at every Republican conservative event. They were also tolerated, and the left would engage with them. The left would show up and debate them and deal them in. They were even profiled in liberal publications like the New York Times or the Atlantic or wherever. They had every single advantage. But in the end, what is it that did them in? And this article talks about it. It says it's not that they blew all their money on their Game of Thrones imitation act. It's not because they blew all their money on the Mr. Bertram cartoon. It's not for any of those reasons. The real reason fundamentally is they stopped getting the business because they lost the youth. We all know that in 2016, it was the campus conservatives that loved Shapiro. He was owning the libs. He was annihilating leftists in a debate. Daily Wire were the pioneers in digital content. I don't know if you remember, but back in like 2012 through 2016, there was not a ton of highly produced, viral, digital content from the political sphere because it was all older people. So in those days, Shapiro was one of the younger guys, and first at PJ Media and then at Daily Wire, it was guys like him and Clavin and Bill Whittle and others. They were the first ones to the scene doing clips, doing short form video essays. They were on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook. They were getting the word out. So that is what was there, and that's how they accumulated this huge youth audience, and that is what propelled the growth. So even notwithstanding all of the bad business decisions, even notwithstanding, let's say, a general audience falling out of love with them and their operation and what they were doing, what ultimately did them in the end, is they no longer had that fuel. They no longer have the subscriber base. They don't have the energy because they lost the youth. It was the youth that fell out of love with Shapiro. When you go and talk to high schoolers and college students and people that have recently graduated college, none of them love Shapiro. None of them want Shapiro. None of them care what he has to say. Why is that? Despite all those advantages and the head start, they lost their number one secret ingredient because they did not have the truth on their side. They did not have the truth. In the end, that was the most powerful thing that we had in which they lacked. And they could censor and they could avoid, they could dodge the debate with me. They could do their little whisper campaign behind the scenes and blacklist all their competition. But over time, it became very transparent that what Shapiro is an Israel first Jew. Not a conservative, not a constitutionalist, not a Republican, not an American patriot. Over time, there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. It became obvious that who is he out for? He's out for Israel. He's out for Israel's wars, Israel's foreign aid, Israel's best interest. And it became clear he's not like us. He's a liar. He is a chameleon. This is an alien from another planet, metaphorically speaking, who has come to our country pretending to be like us, pretending to like us and care about us so he can advance the real cause, which is that of the foreign country. And it only took time and persistence and honesty and forcefulness for people to see this. It only took the Groyper War and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens breaking off and Tucker finally joining the fray. All these people played their part. All of you played their part. But it was that forcefulness, that consistency, transparency, pushing that message in spite of the cost, in spite of losing, in spite of drawing the short end of the stick for all this time, for people to realize who is really American, who is really telling the truth, and who's out there for Israel. Now, what insights can we draw from this? We can't celebrate too soon and say, Daily Wire's dead, we won, Israel criticism won, the Zionists have lost, because we have to consider something very important here. We didn't win because we're us. We won because we were a vessel for the truth. We didn't win, the truth won. We won in spite of ourselves, in spite of the things that turned people off, mistakes we made, ways that we played it in a way that wasn't strategic or tactical. The truth won. We were.
That's why it takes a very specific person of or Nick Fuentes. It's a self-selection bias. Only people that value truth above everything else, value truth above being being virtuous or being liked by people. I don't give a fuck. I'd rather know the truth than be liked.
Representatives, we were custodians, we were a vessel for the truth. That is what enabled us and empowered us to win. That was the weapon. If we didn't have that, we wouldn't have won. You could be as funny as you want, you can be charismatic, you can be anything. But if we didn't have the objective, independent truth that exists outside of all of us, it wouldn't have been powerful enough to carry the day.
It would
That's
just be
why we
funny
won.
bullshit.
Because the truth is good, and the truth exists independently of us. And the truth is something that cannot be suppressed forever. Eventually, rational people are going to hear it if the signal is going out, and they did. Why is this relevant for us going forward? Well, there's something poignant to say here, which is that as long as we have the truth, then we will win. As long as we have the truth, then on a long enough timeline, and in spite of the overwhelming odds, we will win.
The long arc
And
of
we can feel
history.
confident about that, and we can feel encouraged by that. Look at what we have achieved in 10 years. I went from a sad, small webcam live stream in my college dorm room where I'm setting up the green screen myself. I'm in a $200 suit from Macy's. My production was terrible. I had no viewership. I went from that to arguably one of the most famous people in the country at one point last year through nothing other than sheer persistence and telling the truth every day for a decade. And that's very encouraging. And it tells us that if we maintain our commitment to that, that we can overcome everything and anything. And we don't need to worry about these questions that people like to ask. People say, are we too far gone? Can we make it? Are we going to make it out the other side? Is it over? We don't have to worry about those questions because somehow, although the arc of history is long, it bends towards the truth, which is irrepressible.
That's what Obama said too.
And so all we have to worry about then, day in and day out, is not the odds, the outcome, the twists and turns of the battle. All we have to worry about is, are we on the side of the truth? Do we possess the charism of truth? Because if we do, then we got nothing to worry about. History will look favorably, even if we are martyred, even if we fail, it will look favorably on those that told the truth. And maybe it doesn't work out for you, and maybe it doesn't work out now, but everyone that is telling the truth is causing a ripple effect. The signal is getting out there, and you never know how and in what ways and on what timeline that is going to deliver the victory, but you have to be confident that it will. Why am I saying this now? Because there has been this discussion on this show that I think people on our side are starting to overplay our hand. And in the exact same way that Ben Shapiro got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, overplayed his hand, he could have had a good thing. But in the end, he was so committed to the fraud he was perpetrating, which is this inherently deceptive front where he's going to pretend to be a conservative in America, but he's got an Israeli wife. He lives in a Jewish community. He's friends with Netanyahu. He's pro-Israel till the day he dies. He got so caught up that that was his ruin. And I suspect that there is something like that happening on our side. The second that people start to get carried away and they say, we are anti-Israel or anti-Zionist first. We don't care about the truth. We don't care the truth value of what we are saying or whether what we are saying is supportable with evidence or whether what we are saying is rational. All we care about is we're in a battle. It's us versus them. It's us on this side. It's them on the other side. We're just going to say everything, flood the zone, take a side according to this tribal mentality. If we embrace that kind of thinking, we no longer possess the truth. If you no longer possess the truth, you don't win. You don't win, and what you're doing, in my opinion, ceases to be worthwhile. And what I have noticed this year is that to the extent that we are on a side, this side has gotten sloppy and lazy and irresponsible. And what starts to happen when people that are criticizing Shapiro and criticizing the other side, when we start to get careless and reckless and we start to be wrong all the time, then we lose our credibility. And the second we lose our credibility and people start to say, you know, I don't know about these guys. I thought they were onto something. They're definitely right that Israel's cooked and Shapiro's a Jew, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, they're not super reliable. There's a lot of disinformation. They seem to be jumping to conclusions. The second that happens, then we'd become just another offering in the media ecosystem.
Another slop.
Whereas for the past 10 years, we were in a pitched battle of truth tellers versus censors, people that are willing to tell the truth at any cost, people that are invested in knowing the truth, no matter how taboo it is, versus people that are telling us lies on behalf of the powerful, people that are censoring and lying and using deception and other wicked tactics. Now, we're just another company. We're just another influencer with another agenda like everybody else. We're just another offering. And at that point, people start to look at every other offering and say, well, I like Tucker for some things, but you know, he loses me when he talks about aliens and giants and demons and astral projection. Or I like Candace Owens, but she lost me with the Erica Kirk stuff. A lot of smoke, but no fire. It didn't seem like there was a lot going on there. It's getting a little too weird for me. And they're going to start to look at other stuff. And so I really believe that we are at an inflection point. We are at a crossroads. Certainly, this is a moment in time. It's a remarkable moment. Something has happened. Something has changed. Like I said, Daily Wire was untouchable. It is obvious now they're on their way out. And all those people that a few years ago couldn't get on a podcast, were debanged, demonetized, banned, they are now ascending. They're now number one. There is a temptation now, perhaps, to become like our erstwhile adversaries and embrace some of those temptations to become like them. I think it's more important now than ever, actually, that we double down on telling the truth. We double down on having the highest standards, double down on having the most true message. Because this is what I'll tell you about Ben Shapiro, and I think this is maybe going to make it all make sense. What you need to understand about Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire is that they are actually not like us in any way.
Propaganda.
And it's not just because Shapiro's a Jew and pro-Israel and the rest of it. What I mean by that is we are playing fundamentally different games. I do this show in my house, and I make money from the super chats. And I am in a competition with everybody else in the media market. I'm in a competition for clicks and eyeballs and engagement and super chats. And you know what? If I stop doing a good show and I lose the viewership and I lose all my money, then I'm done.
Nick is subject to market forces. He doesn't have some fucking rich benefactor, you know, blowing cash all over the place. He actually has to perform. He actually has to have principles. You know, he can't just lose all his subscribers and then just reach into his J-Buddy pockets.
I go bankrupt, and then I can no longer do the show. I'll have to do something else. So for me, this has to be competitive. It has to be profitable. It has to be successful as a media venture. For me to keep doing this, I need to keep having an audience. I need for people to care what I have to say. I need there to be a viable business behind it as well. Otherwise, I'm out and that's it. And not only am I out, but then I get ground into the dirt. Because then I can't go and get another job. No one's going to hire me. And then I got all these legal problems. They're going to kill me with all the legal bills. Then I'm in real trouble. I'm screwed. Well, that is not true about Ben Shapiro at all. Ben Shapiro's at Daily Wire. Let me tell you a dirty little secret about Daily Wire and all of them. You might say they're losing viewership, they're unpopular, they're losing money, they might go bankrupt, they laid off their staff. Let me tell you a secret about that. They don't need to be profitable. They don't need to be competitive. They don't need to be popular. They don't need an audience. They don't.
Mark Levin doesn't.
Because fundamentally, that is not what Daily Wire is there to do. If you understand what Ben Shapiro is, you understand he is first and foremost a propagandist.
They play his
And so
kinda
the
shit at
benefit that he
airport.
confers upon his patrons, his political and financial patrons, is that he is spreading a political message using propaganda. That is his benefit. That is his value. His value is not that he is going to make somebody money.
That he's lying.
It's not that he is going to deliver shareholder value. They're not looking to make money off of him. That's not the point. They don't need money. He is there effectively as a nonprofit. He can turn a profit, but he's not there to make a profit. He is effectively there as a megaphone and a mouthpiece for the state of Israel and for the Jewish nation. And what that means is that if he no longer is profitable, if he is no longer popular, he will simply get bought out. A wealthy benefactor will come in and inject capital and restructure the company, or a larger conglomerate will acquire it and eat the losses so that he can keep doing what he is doing.
Lying.
Because he is part of something else. He is a part of a patronage network. So you might be thinking, let's all celebrate. Ben Shapiro's over. Daily Wire is over. They don't make money. They don't have views. And what is contained in this is the assumption that Shapiro is a for-profit entity, that he is in a competitive market with other similar and comparable offerings, other similar and comparable products, but he isn't. He can be a net negative. He can be a fiscal liability. He exists in a symbolic way to act as a gatekeeper, as an authority on Republican political messaging, and as a propagandist. And the day that he is not profitable, the casino, the house, will simply deal him back in. It's like we're all at a poker table.
Yeah, and he's got
If
the
I
house
bust
on his
out
side.
and I lose all my chips, I got to go home. I have no more chips to play with. I don't have any more money in my wallet.
Sudden death.
Well,
for
I
Nick.
got to go home now. And that's it for me. Thanks for playing. But if you're Shapiro, it's almost like he's working for the casino. The casino is paying him to promote the casino. They're paying him to be there. They're paying him to play. So if he busts out and runs out of chips,
Just buys and he buys.
they
in
will
again.
come in. The pit boss
They're
will come
buying.
in and give him a bunch more chips. Here you go. We want you to keep playing. That is how that works because they are institutional. And so what this means is that we can't take a look at these victories and take them in stride like this is some done deal. Okay, it looks like Shapiro's on the ropes. We got it made. We won. It's over. Everyone's red-pilled, because it doesn't work like that. Take a look at Barry Weiss at the Free Press. Barry Weiss started the Free Press, and the publication sucks. Nobody reads it. Nobody pays for it. And this is
$100 million.
exactly what happened there. Larry Ellison, the bigger fish, the biggest fish, he is a centibillionaire, a net worth in the hundreds of billions of dollars. He's not even in the media business. He's in the software business. He's in the data business. He's a tech oligarch. Larry Ellison funds his son's company to go in and acquire the Free Press for $150 million. That's not a business decision. That's not a financial decision. Do you think Larry Ellison needs the Free Press? Do you think he needs the money the Free Press brings in? You think he's really interested in restructuring it? He needs a subscriber base. They're just doing something really interesting. He don't need them at all. Because that is not a for-profit activity. He acquired them, he bailed them out so they could continue doing their propaganda. And then he plucked Barry Weiss out of Free Press and stuck her at CBS News so she could keep doing her job. The same job she did at Free Press, the same job she did at the New York Times, at the Wall Street Journal before that, at the Shalem Center, and Columbia before that. It is a sinecure. It is a nonprofit activity paid for by a patron for its political value. She is a henchman, glorified henchman. So these people will always fail upward, no matter how many times they bust out, no matter how many times they lose all their chips because they objectively suck at what they do, no matter how many towns they get chased out of by the peasants with the pitchforks and torches, once they catch on to this operation they're running, they will always have a safe harbor because of institutional Jewish power. They will always fall back into the arms of the World Jewish Organization, the World Zionist Organization, some Jewish billionaire in bed with the state of Israel, because that is how they operate. What this means is that there is no reprieve for us. It's never over. It is literally never over. Shapiro's not done, not by a long shot. He will be invited to symposiums and conventions and conferences. He will be doing his podcast until he is dead, when they will write some glowing, what do they call that? When somebody
piece?
dies, they will write some glowing piece for him in the New York Post and the New York Times and all these other, the Weekly Standard, about how he was the icon, the standard bearer. He was the authority on conservatism. I promise you that is how it will go. He is going nowhere. There is no scenario where he retires, no scenario where he goes away, crashes out, he gets some job. He doesn't need to be popular. He'll be like Bill Crystal. He will keep existing at the bottom of the ocean floor, eating zooplankton if he has to, because that is how that works. And we, on the other hand, we will never get any reprieve. People like me and Candace Owens and Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson, we will be fighting our entire lives to keep our heads above the water. We will be treading water, borne back against the waves, until we are either, again, bankrupted, killed, die from the pressure. Think about what is happening. Candace Owens is being sued by Brigitte Macron. She's being sued by Turning Point. Everybody is piling on. Laura Loomer is investigating the whole family, cranking up the pressure on this family business, which is what it is. I saw their operation. It's in her house. It's in her basement. It's not even that big. It's Candace and her husband, their kids running around, and then they got their little studio. And nobody's coming. You think some billionaire is going to come and bail her out? Never going to happen. Alex Jones, same thing. He got sued by the Sandy Hook parents. The Onion bought him out, and now he's in his mansion doing his show with a skeleton crew. No bailout, no nothing, no Larry Ellison. And it's the same story with me. If I stop doing the show, I stop going live on time, I get swallowed up by legal problems, financial problems, I'm not getting bailed out either. So that's why we always have to keep our foot on the gas. There is no scenario where we sit back and take it easy and we get to be careless and we get to be irresponsible. We get to lower our standards and let our guard down. It doesn't work like that because we are fighting an enemy that has infinite resources. They will keep coming back and coming back and coming back until we are dead. And that is the task for us. We have to keep coming back and meeting them on the battlefield and hope that one day they don't show up. Hope that one day they collapse under their own weight. But more likely than not, we're going to perish first. And that's what is called for. So that's the unfortunate reality. That's sort of it's a mixed bag. It's a clear pill. Yes, it's true. The tides have turned. Attitudes have changed. It's a different country now. That whole pro-Israel thing is dead and it's never coming back. And nobody takes Shapiro seriously. But I'm going to tell you the next big conceit. The Jews are extremely clever. Do not underestimate the Jews. This is what they do. This is what they have done
They
for
play the long game. That's how they beat us. We've got them on the ropes. We cannot relent. Cannot relent now.
generations, and they have written the playbook on it. So you think we got them all figured out? You think we're going to go on Twitter and say, hey, you did 9/11 and 6 million didn't die. We have all our talking points about your hypocrisy and about how you got kicked out of 109 countries. And you think the Jews, who have been lawyers and conjurers and media moguls and middlemen for thousands of years, empowered by the devil, realistically, you think they will not have any response? You think they're going to take all this in stride and say, we got outsmarted by Jake Shields? These thousands of years building up this edifice of lies, it all came crumbling down because some retard kept spamming the same tweet. I think Hitler was right. I think it wasn't 6 billion. Tower 7, what happened there? You think they're going to take that laying down? Oh, shucks. I guess we got foiled again. Absolutely not. The Jews are extremely sophisticated. They will outlast us, they will outsmart us, and they will come up with a new conceit. And by the way, they already have. They already have. It's Michael Millerman. It's Joe Lonsdale. It's Sean McGuire. For everybody that has eyes to see and ears to hear, you know what I'm talking about and you've seen it. They're rebranding it. They're rebranding it. They know they're never going to get everybody to be pro-Israel again. That ship has sailed. They're never going to get everybody to be dispensationalist Christians worshiping Israel. Those that bless shall be blessed. Never going back. So they're changing tactics. And they're trying something new. And what they are doing is they are starting to conflate the word civilization and the West with the Judeo-Christian narrative. They say it's Christians and Jews, the United States and Israel as civilization versus the barbarism of the communists and the Muslims. This is their new line. It's everywhere. If you're paying attention, it's everywhere. This is Joe Lonsdale's line. Joe Lonsdale from Founders Fund, PayPal Mafia, Cicero Institute. Jew? This is Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, who says we're pro-civilization, pro-Iran war, pro-mass deportations. Jew? Randy Fine, you know that when we're grading congressmen, America First Foundation is creating a scorecard for every congressman currently seated in the past 2 sessions. You know that when we graded Randy Fine, he ranked A+ on immigration, but F on foreign policy? Randy Fine, too, will say, mass deportations, no Muslims in America, build the wall, no dual citizens. But then he'll support the war in Iran and the genocide in Gaza. This is the conceit. Sean McGuire, this may be the most telling thing of all. Sean McGuire, who is a partner at Sequoia Capital, a venture capital firm in Silicon Valley, and they invest. It's this long tail investing in a lot of tech defense companies, almost all of them in El Segundo and Silicon Valley. It's either Sequoia or it's Andreessen Horowitz, few others. Sean McGuire, who has an Israeli wife and kids, he went on Twitter and said, my fellow Jews, he said, stop talking about Israel. He said, because Americans don't care about Israel anymore. He said, start talking about Western civilization instead. He said, that. Because we can couch our pro-Israel advocacy between the lines of a pro-Western civilization message, a pro-civilization message. If we talk about America and talk about the West, we can shoehorn in Israel in a way where people either be indifferent to it, at least they won't oppose it. Michael Millerman, another Claremont Jew, did a big video about the new pro-civilization movement. Same story. Joel Pollack at Breitbart, same story. Josh Hammer, who wrote his book about this, and he is a huge Hasbara agent, maybe one of the preeminent ones. Same story. They're all running the same playbook. And here's my point, is we have to always adapt to survive. The old pro-Israel thing is destroyed. We are inoculated against it. We found the cure. We have the antibodies. A Jew starts to say, those that bless shall be blessed. We all know the answer to that one. A Jew says, you know, the liberty, we have the answer to that one. But they change the script, and they're pushing that out there in a very coordinated way among the pro-Trump cadre, among the Claremont Institute shills. All these Thiel-funded projects, Little Tech-funded projects, they all contain this poison pill. And I promise you, they will outflank us with the next generation if we don't keep refining our ideas. We have to get a little bit smarter here. Have to get a little bit smarter. What do we have to say when Stephen Miller says, hey, I'm in favor of mass deportations, but I support the war in Iran because we're choking off China, and if America wants to win, we need to fight China? You need a better answer than, oh, well, Jews were kicked out of 109 countries. It doesn't work. You see? So I would say that that previous battle is over. Now a new battle is starting. There is, believe it or not, a new battle. And that old version, that old iteration of Shapiro-style pro-Israel advocacy, it has been routed, but it has been succeeded by a refined, more sophisticated form of the virus.
Yeah.
And that's why we need to get to work, you know, to continue the metaphor and develop the antibodies to protect against that. And that means a positive message.
We have to take the whole regimen of antibiotics. We cannot stop just because we're feeling better. No, we have to kill this bug.
A refined and positive and more sophisticated message that can answer the new challenges posed by this intellectual strain. So we cannot rest on our laurels. Yes, Shapiro and all that stuff is finished. Yes, Lindsey Graham is finished. Shapiro's finished. It's all over. But I promise you, they contain inside them the ability and the potential to keep coming back. And they've been doing it for generations and thousands of years. And that's why we have to stay motivated, stay fresh, stay dynamic, stay dedicated, stay committed to the truth. You start to let it go and watch how quickly it'll creep back in. It's already there. I already see it. And I've seen it since October 7th. It's a lot of these types of accounts that say, if you're pro-Israel, you're a Muslim sympathizer, you're a third worldist, you're a left-winger opposing Israel's left wing. And all different species of that kind of argument. And I promise you, there are a lot of young people that are looking at anti-Israel as anti-intellectual, as a drag, as a ghettoized kind of ideology. I promise you it's happening because I talk to them. There's a lot of young men, precocious, brilliant young men at Stanford and Yale and Harvard and U Chicago and everywhere where we want them to be in the administration. And, you know, they're smart. And they look at a guy like Jake Shields and they say he's dumb. And they say, if he believes this stuff, I don't want to. And they say, he's saying this stuff, it's not really satisfactory. It's not really compelling. It's not really doing it for me. You know who is intelligent? Peter Thiel. And he's making the case that we should be apathetic about Israel. And all of his proxies are intelligent, cosmopolitan people. They're in tech. They're in government. They make lots of money. They can talk to you about industry and manufacturing and tech and AI. They can have a smart conversation about those things. They're in the cities that matter. And young people are attracted to that. That's a magnet for young people. Young people want to be at the cutting edge of those kinds of things. And if those are the types of people that are there and they're pro-Israel, guess where the future elites are going? They're going to them. They're going to Lonsdale. They're going to these types of people. And that's what we need to be very aware of. So I'm trying to chart a course where we have an intelligent discourse. We have something to offer those people, because I could tell you Shapiro is done for now, but this anti-Israel thing is gassed. It's, no pun intended, it is out of gas. And some people are saying, hey man, you're not loyal enough to the message. I promise you, I could sense these things. The wave has crested. It's now time we need to inject some new energy into it if we want to keep the advantage. Just a little bit of game theory, but that's the situation with Shapiro. We are going to move on. Do we want to talk about Cuba? When did I start? Did you start? I think I started at midnight. So you know what? Yeah, we'll keep going. We'll talk a little bit about what's happening in Cuba as well. Not going to spend too much time on it. And I might as well, by the way, just change the title of the show, because our big story was about Shapiro. So let me just do that really quickly. And then we'll pick up on Cuba. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Daily Wire destroyed? Question mark. Mass layoffs. Total Groyper victory? Okay. So we are going to move on. We'll talk a little bit about Cuba. Like I said, then we'll move on to the super chats. So it's been a minute since we talked about what's going on in the Caribbean and Latin America, but I'm sure you knew this was coming eventually. And I hate to say it, but I predicted this. So as you know, the United States went into Venezuela at the beginning of the year in an operation effectively to extradite the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. Now, at that time, within this space, this was very controversial. And there were some language problems. There was some semantic confusion. People characterized that operation as a regime change, as a war. But when you look at what happened in Venezuela, in retrospect, now 5 months have gone by, we can look at it with clear eyes here. What precisely happened in January when the United States Special Forces moved in and kidnapped the president of Venezuela? Well, it was not a war. It was not. There were no major kinetic operations, no ongoing hostilities. We didn't lose any equipment. We didn't lose any men. We barely suffered any injuries. On their side, there were fewer than 100 casualties. We kidnapped their leader, and that effectively ended the hostilities. It was not long and drawn out. It was not protracted. There were not any escalating actions, no other operations. It cost us virtually nothing. It wasn't a war. By the way, it wasn't even a regime change, because to this day, Nicolas Maduro's vice president, his security minister, his interior minister, they all remain in their positions. What does that mean? It means that the political and security apparatus of the Maduro Chavista regime remain fully intact. So it's the same military, the same cops, same personnel, same civilian government. It's the same operation. They are just being treated like a colony, effectively, governed indirectly by an American viceroy, which looks to be Energy Secretary Chris Wright, or something like this, maybe Marco Rubio to some extent. And I will say that in retrospect, I think that is actually a model of what soft or arguably smart American power projection can look like in the world. Let's be honest. We have the biggest military. We have a considerable military advantage over every other country. And on occasion, it is beneficial to us and our interests to use it. And that is just politics. Now, a lot of people are very apprehensive about this idea. People describe themselves as ideological non-interventionists or isolationists, or they think that America first means something like that. But typically when they say they don't like intervention or they think intervention is almost never justified, they'll bring up the legacy of the war in Iraq. And what are the problems with that? Well, the problems with the war in Iraq are that it was expensive. Too many people died. It went on for too long. There wasn't a clear objective. It's debatable whether it actually benefited us and in what ways. It was on the other side of the globe. So because of proximity, how could it possibly affect U.S. national security or the security of the homeland directly? But that does not apply. Those questions and concerns and criticisms don't apply to every intervention. This one in particular. In Venezuela, it was not expensive. Nobody was hurt or died. It was not long and drawn out. There were clear objectives and they were met. There was no mission creep, and there's a very articulable and clear and objective benefit for the United States. It's in our neighborhood. So let's just clear the air. In retrospect, I was right about Venezuela. There were all these people saying, oh, this has something to do with Israel. And people were saying, oh, this is another forever war. Oh, this is a betrayal of Trump's promises. I don't think so. I think that fits neatly within the Trump doctrine, a Jacksonian foreign policy, enforcing the Monroe Doctrine with the Trump corollary, and pursuing legitimate American interests where it is possible. Look, Venezuela is in our neighborhood. It's not like Iran, which is on the other side of the planet. What's more, Venezuela is not a middle power like Iran is. Venezuela is not rich, does not control a vital choke point, does not have any strategic arsenal of conventional or non-conventional weapons, doesn't have a substantial military, and by the way, they're hosting rival nations' militaries in our sphere of influence, which is the entire Western Hemisphere. So I think in retrospect, that was totally the right thing to do, cost us nothing, gained us something. And one of the big legacies of the intervention in Venezuela is that, of course, it was never just about Venezuela. This was a part of our new national defense strategy, national security strategy promulgated by the Pentagon earlier in the year. And what was our new strategic outlook under the second Trump administration? Well, the rewritten playbook said that our new priority will not be Europe, countering and balancing against Russia. It will not be the Middle East, guaranteeing the security of Israel and balancing against Iran. As a matter of fact, they said it won't even be the Indo-Pacific, trying to prevent a Chinese invasion of Taiwan and building up our alliances with the Quad and other Pacific allies. Rather, the new grand strategy of the United States was something called hemispheric defense. They said, actually, we're going to prioritize the neglected region of the Caribbean and Latin America. They say that what has been happening over the past 15 years is that China has supplanted the United States as the #1 trading partner of all the Latin American countries. And as such, has come into these countries with credit, building infrastructure, specifically dual-use infrastructure like deep water ports, radar dishes, in some cases, space stations, military installations that could in the future be converted to a strategic or military purpose. A deep water port on the coast of Peru could handle super heavy tankers and the biggest cargo ships. It could also one day in the future host an aircraft carrier from China. A radar dish in Argentina, which is ostensibly for looking at the stars, could also be used to surveil U.S. activity in Latin America. You could look at even some of the other ports in the Caribbean, in Haiti, in Port-au-Prince, in Jamaica, that actually can be used for surveillance. They're surveillance posts. Advanced sensors in these ports can monitor naval and seaborne activity, whether commercial or military, in what should be American waters. What's more, in the era of missiles and missile defense, you can actually conceal a missile launch system inside of a container, inside a shipping container that you might see on a train or a truck or a cargo ship. They containerize a missile launch platform, they put it on a cargo ship, and you could actually have Chinese missile systems They appear to be regular commercial cargo on a cargo ship docked in Haiti, not far from the United States, where our vital shipping lanes are. So it's in response to these threats that the United States says we actually have to reprioritize the Caribbean and Latin America. It's been neglected for too long. We went overseas to fight Russia, to fight Iran, to fight Iraq, in some cases even to fight China in their home turf. And what has happened in the meantime is we've lost our home. China has made this economic incursion, which is rapidly becoming something like a military incursion into our hemisphere. And the whole basis of American foreign policy is that we are always safe because we don't have to worry about our hemisphere. There are no threats here. Well, that doesn't work if China and Russia have a foothold in this area. So in any case, we invaded, or rather extradited Maduro in Venezuela as part of this new grand strategy. But it wasn't just about Venezuela. It was about changing the whole dynamic here. And the next step in this domino theory is that if we took Venezuela out of the picture, if we took them offline, then the next to fall would be Cuba. There is this axis in Central America, the Caribbean, and Latin America, which consists in Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, previously Bolivia. These were all far-left governments, socialist governments, in league with Russia and China, formerly the Soviet Union, that had military partnerships with Russia, economic partnerships with China, which were opposed to U.S. hegemony. They're not aligned with the United States. And so the idea is we take down Venezuela, Cuba falls next, and then Nicaragua. And once this happens, then the Western Hemisphere becomes the uncontested domain of the American empire. That's the idea. And the way that this would be achieved is that Cuba is totally dependent on Venezuela and Mexico for its oil. Cuba is an island. They don't have any native energy production. They have to import all their energy, literally all of it. And it's all coming from Mexico, our largest trading partner, and Venezuela. So the idea is that if we can control Venezuela's oil exports, if we can lean on Mexico, then we can effectively shut down all of Cuba's energy. And if Cuba doesn't have energy, then they don't have a country. You don't have oil and diesel, well, you don't have transportation and you don't have electricity. You don't have air conditioning, you don't have supply chains. You got nothing. And so the premise was we shut down Venezuela, we shut down Mexico, and over time, Cuba will be strangled and they will have to beg to negotiate and they will have to work out some kind of a deal with the United States. Well, it looks like that is now working. And I don't want to say that it's a done deal, but it looks like that strategy is now bearing fruit. As of last week, Cuba is officially out of energy. Their president came out and said, literally, we got nothing. We're out. We have no diesel. We have nothing. He said, and now the blackouts can be expected to last 20 to 22 hours per day. You're not going to have electricity outside of 2, maybe 4 hours every day. That's it. We're running on fumes here. And it is in this context that there was a high-profile meeting between the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, and the Cuban government in Havana. And what was expressed at the meeting is that the United States is looking for Cuba to abandon some of these Russian and Chinese surveillance posts that they harbor inside their country. This is a story from the New York Times. We'll work through this. It says, quote, John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, traveled to Cuba on Thursday, a day after Havana admitted that its fuel oil supplies had been exhausted for consumers and businesses. Ratcliffe made the visit to deliver a warning to the government that it had to make economic changes and stop allowing Russia and China to operate intelligence posts in Cuba. In a statement, the CIA said that Mr. Ratcliffe had traveled to Havana to personally deliver President Trump's message, quote, that the United States is prepared to seriously engage on economic and security issues, but only if Cuba makes fundamental changes. Ratcliffe arrived in Cuba the day after Vicente de la Oleve, the Minister of Energy and Mines, announced that oil supplies for domestic use and power plants had been exhausted. He said, quote, "We have absolutely no fuel oil, absolutely no diesel. In Havana, the blackouts today exceed 20 or 22 hours. The Cuban government has been grappling with a severe energy crisis for more than 2 years because of crumbling infrastructure and a dwindling oil supply from Venezuela, its longtime benefactor. Venezuelan oil stopped flowing to Cuba entirely in January after the United States seized Venezuela's leader and took control of its oil industry. Later, the Trump administration imposed an effective blockade, barring all foreign oil from reaching Cuba, which also received shipments from Mexico. The Trump administration has not explicitly said what political or economic changes it would like to see in Cuba, but the broad goal is apparently to end the Communist Party's lock on political and economic control. During his visit, Mr. Ratcliffe's most concrete demand was for Cuba to close the intelligence listening posts that Russia and China operate there and which Mr. Trump has singled out. In the executive order on Cuba that Mr. Trump issued in January, he criticized their government for hosting Russia's largest overseas signals intelligence facility, which tried to steal sensitive national security information from the United States. So to me, all of that sounds good. This is the foreign policy that we should have because, see, this makes sense. This is a clear, articulable, limited, and narrow operation with a distinct benefit for the United States. What are we doing? We want Venezuela and Cuba to align with the United States away from Russia and China. How are we going to do it? We're going to extradite Venezuela's president. We're going to blockade Cuba's energy. What will it cost us? Nothing. What will it benefit us? We will regain control of the Western Hemisphere. We can resume flights to Cuba and Venezuela for tourism. We can open up bilateral trade with these countries. We can get Venezuela's oil. We can invest in it and actually increase the ceiling for their oil output, which is good for us. More energy means cheaper electricity for AI and other things. Open up bilateral trade with Cuba. They have a lot of human capital, doctors, educators, among other things. We can even use them for military purposes. It's positively good that we can now use Cuba and Venezuela as military allies. It's also good that Russia and China will no longer have a foothold there, where they can build their dual-use infrastructure, where they can disguise potentially drone or missile launch systems, and they can plant surveillance systems, listening posts where they can spy on us. All of this is a tangible benefit strategically, economically, politically for the United States. And the way to achieve it, like I said, is economical and limited. And there is no prospect of a strategic disaster or some kind of runaway mission with no clear and defined endpoint. You contrast that with the situation in Iran. What are we going for there? We're going to do regime change. Impossible. Okay, we're going to destroy their missiles. Well, without regime change, they'll just rebuild them. You can't destroy all of them anyway. What about cost? Well, Iran happens to be able to close the Strait of Hormuz, which is a fifth of the world's oil. So that's pretty not economical. What's the benefit? I'm not even really sure. What happens when we achieve regime change? What does that really do for us in any way? We don't get Persian Gulf oil. We don't get oil from Iran. Doesn't really matter too much for us. I don't see them hosting an American base anytime soon. And in any case, we have bases. We have bases in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE. Why do we need them in Iran? It just doesn't even make any sense. Arguably, there might be a benefit, but the juice isn't worth the squeeze. It is a strategic disaster. It's on the opposite side of the world. There's no articulable way that this is going to work out or a tangible benefit. So I look at what's happening in the Caribbean and I say, why couldn't we just do this and not do Iran? Why couldn't we just focus on what is 50 miles from us? Is Cuba not 50 miles from Florida at the narrowest point? It's right there.
It's 90 miles.
It's right there. They are an enemy. They work with Russia and China. They are living in penury. They're absolutely impoverished.
90 miles from Key West.
If we could, why would we not? All we have to do is restrict our oil supplies, and we could potentially gain an ally, flip one of the only countries that opposes us in our hemisphere, claim the Western Hemisphere for America, and then we're totally safe from any great power conflict with Russia and China. I think it's much safer to engage in a non-confrontational and peaceful way with Beijing if we don't have to worry about this stuff going on in the Pacific on our side of it. And I believe you can maintain that position without this neocon view that we're going to go to war in Nigeria and Congo and Iran and Ukraine and Taiwan and literally anywhere and everywhere else. So I saw that story, and to me, this sounds like an America first foreign policy. This is an expansive, imaginative, ambitious, smart use of U.S. power that benefits Americans. Would it not be nice for Cuba to be a source of tourism? That Cuba could have bilateral trade with the United States. We could fly there and take vacations. We could stimulate their economy. We could engage them in trade. We could build a naval base there. We could get Russia and China out. And in Venezuela, you can bring in Chevron and all the American companies to increase their oil output, and then we can consume all of it. Or, well, I don't know exactly. So I suppose they have heavy sour oil. That's the oil that we need. I had to remember there for a second. We're light and sweet. They're heavy and sour. We built all our oil infrastructure in Texas and Louisiana for their oil. Let's get them pumping out 3 million, 4 million barrels per day. Let's send that to Texas. And that will replace all the fall off, all of the oil that we're not going to get anymore from the oil sands, from fracking, which seems to be running out. That's good for us. And once again, tourism, bilateral trade, security cooperation. To me, these are all positives. So I support it. I like that foreign policy. Why could we not have an aggressive, over-the-top, America first foreign policy in Mexico, in Cuba, Venezuela, where it matters? Think about our partnership with El Salvador. In El Salvador, and I'm not just full disclosure, I'm not an El Salvador shill, okay? You're not going to see me going there. I'm deeply distrusting of San Salvador, their regime over there. I'm not a Bukele shill. Let me just say that. However, they have these prison colonies. And in the future, could we not deport all our illegals there?
Decot.
El Salvador at one time was an enemy nation, hotbed of violence. The violence was creating a refugee crisis because of the gang violence. El Salvador is one of these Northern Triangle countries. Their failing state status actually pushed all of their people into our country because nobody wanted to live there. Well, if a friendly right-wing regime brutally cracks down on it, not only do you, one, have a chance at preventing that emigration, but also you have some unique opportunities for cooperation. Could that not be the case with Cuba? Could that not be the case with Venezuela? Can we not use these states for some political arbitrage?
Well, the problem with that is every time we've messed with Cuba, we ended up owning the sun. We ended up subjugating the whole island. We kind of have a habit of doing that. Every time we come into possession or we get close to somebody like the Philippines, we just take them over. And then they end up like a mini state or like a territory. Then we end up getting thrown out and it just starts again.
And, if those are the nationalist right-wing colonies of a future party, could we not, do some things over there? Let's dream a little bigger. Let's dream. If your dreams.
And anytime we do make friends like that, we end up having to take all their fucking citizens. Puerto Rico, I'm tired of this shit. Just keep them out.
Don't scare you. They aren't big enough. You people want a wholesome Chungus republic where we say, hands off Venezuela. Okay, socialist piece of shit. We'll play it on your terms. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. We're a hemispheric empire. We are huge. We have the biggest military. We are an empire. This half of the planet belongs to us. And everything they make and everything in the ground beneath their feet is ours. Because they
resist the opportunity to steal and fuck those people. We need to just stay out of it. It's not our fucking truck. It's not our ox getting gored.
Cannot defend it. It is ours for the taking. We should go in, build a favorable regime. We should go in and harvest all of it for our economy, our military machine, our quality of life. And they will thank us.
We literally did it with Iran, Philippines, the Vietnam, Cuba. It never, ever, ever works. This is dumb.
And they will greet us with gratitude, and they will thank us for bringing economic activity and security and stability to their backwards nations. That's a vision I can get behind.
Come on.
And we can send all these people back to where they came from once we rebuild their homes off of extracting their resources for our consumption.
What happens when they have a hurricane and we have to bail them out?
And that is what we can do. As a matter of fact, it's what we must do, because we are facing down the barrel of a gun of a great power rivalry with China and India. China is a factory with 1 billion people. India is trying to become something like that with 1.5 billion people. We are entering an age of renewed great power strategic competition. Our population growth is falling off without immigration. We need somewhere where we can send the manufacturing that's friendly and that is not prone to supply chain disruptions, that is not compromised. Hey, newsflash, you know where that's going to come from? It's called our island. It's called the world island, North and South America. Yes, the world island is Afro-Eurasia, but we also are an island too. And we basically have to build up this fort, turn Latin and North America into a factory that builds tanks and missiles and drones and compute so that we can have a chance at achieving parity with the rest of the world put together. That's kind of the long-term vision.
A Pan-American.
I think that's a very good idea. And that's something that we can all get behind. I don't want this low-rent, cheapo, wholesome Chungus. A republic, if you can keep it. And what are we going to do? We're all going to get our muskets and make some apple pies and play our banjos outside? Well, the Chinese are building Guangzhou and Shanghai and all the rest of it. They're going to the moon and Mars. I don't think so. No, it's time for the American Republic to die. Maybe you don't want to hear that. Maybe your provincial sensibilities, sentimentality, you're clinging to the Republic. The Republic is dead. The American Republic is dead. And it's never coming back. Long live the American Empire, which must be born from its ashes. It's gone. It's never coming back. The Constitution, the founding, our way of life before is dead. That chapter is over. We have turned the page.
Makes you think doing all this shit is going to bring it back, Nick, or going to start a fresh new one. Maybe we just keep declining. What makes you think that this isn't going to speed up the decline? Why would you think this is going to reverse it? Like on a collision course for collapse.
Norman Rockwell paintings and the Boy Scout uniforms. You're clinging to something that is already gone. We have to start to think about the future, which is an American empire that constitutes all of North, Central, and South America. We have to turn this half of the planet into a tank, a fortress, a factory, an aircraft carrier. It will be a base for lunar and Martian expedition. It will be a base of operations for war against the entire world. And it's going to be the engine and the guarantor of our quality of life and our prosperity. Because you have to know that that is all ending very soon if we don't do anything.
The only fear that I have about all this stuff is that everybody will end up living here and they'll abandon their countries. If there's no immigration, if it's like the EU without free migration, I'm in.
You think it's going to go on like this forever? AC and TVs and eating meat every day of the week. Slaves delivering your DoorDash, driving you around town in an Uber. Cheap electricity, cheap energy. You think that's going to go on forever? You think AI will save us from all that? Nah, we're going to need more stuff. So, it's coming out of somebody's ass. Central and South America. That's the future. So anyway, I'm LARPing a little bit. We're LARPing a little bit. Holy LARP. Yeah, it's a little bit of a LARP. But it's also interesting to think about. So anyway, that's that. We're going to move on. I'm just like, honestly, I'm just clip farming. We're going to move on. That was just pure clip farming. The American Republic is dead. I'm just clip farming. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. But it is just like interesting to think about. I don't know. That makes me excited about the future. When people start talking about like, hey man, I'm a heritage American. Don't tread on me. Don't tread on my, like whatever. Don't tread on my banjo. I'm like, dude, it's gone. Your country is going, it's gone. Let it go. What's dead is dead. You know? I see these knucklehead assholes and they're like, let's start the Bull Moose Club. Let's start the Teddy Roosevelt Society for Norman Rockwell Boy Scout paintings. We're all heritage Americans. Let's all dress up like the pioneers. Gucci backpack, bro. Gucci backpack. Let it go. Gucci backpack. There ain't no Norman Rockwell Boy Scout heritage America, brother. The whitest kids you know are listening to Radiohead, okay? The whitest niggas you know, your heritage Americans, they're listening to Radiohead. They're smoking weed. They're making indie music. They're DJing a party in New York. They're bisexual, okay? Like they're eating Asian fusion or I don't even know what's new, Caribbean fusion. And you have these like washed faggots. You have these like washed faggots that aren't even white. You have a guy that's like, you know, an eighth Cherokee, a quarter Japanese, whatever. And they're like, well, I'm a heritage American. Well, remember the Alamo. You got a guy who's like a quarter Guatemalan, and he's like, whoa, I'm a heritage American. Remember Davy Crockett and the Alamo? It's like, dude, your mom is Mexican. Like, dude, your mom is Guatemalan. What are you talking about? You know, the real founding stock is like some wigger in Milwaukee. The real founding stock is like a bisexual DJ in New York. The real founding stock is like some stoner on Venice Beach. They don't give a fuck about banjos. They don't give a fuck about Lewis and Clark. Or that guy that makes those archaic recipes from the Revolutionary War on YouTube. And I love that guy. He's a great guy. But like, you know. So let's stop LARPing. Okay, let's put that to bed. Give them some milk and honey and put them to fucking bed because that's done. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news. People say, of course the fucking spick would say that. Yeah, it's called reality. You know, I can already imagine the replies. The replies are going to say, of course this 25% Sephardic gay guy is going to tell us blah, blah, blah. He would never understand. I know. I wouldn't. I'm rich and successful. You're some broke loser hanging on to the past. You've got you have some, pine tree ass account, an appeal to heaven.
What is his problem?
It's like the pioneers again. We're the Bull Moose Society. We're gonna be like whatever. It's like, I know, bro. I know. You have a 200 follower account where you post Norman Rockwell paintings, Gucci backpack. I'm rich and successful, and the smartest people like me. You're right, I wouldn't get it. True. So anyway, what was I saying again? But yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff just makes me feel sad. It makes me feel sad inside. It makes me feel sad that all these pathetic LARPers are going to get together in their clubhouse and say, remember the Alamo. And by the way, they're all like, they're watching Disney Plus too. So no, we need a new idea. We need to be like Evola, bro. We need to be futurist. Do you remember when fascism was revolutionary? Fascism was not conservative. It was revolutionary. The fascists were futurists. And so they were archaeo-futurists. They were thinking about the past, imagining the future. Let's build new monuments. Let's build new monuments to greatness, new coliseums, new art styles, new everything. They weren't clinging to the past. So anyway, no, I'm not conservative. Anyway, we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. I'm clip farming a little. Yeah, I'm clip farming. Well, whatever. Dude, you know what's so funny? I'm not going to say it. Somebody texted me today something so funny about clipping, I don't even want to repeat it. It was so embarrassing. All right, let's take a look. We'll see what you guys have to say.
Destiny is a seal sent $20. Or poor Destiny might be a seal.
That was crazy, bro. The seal role play, that's a new one.
Cadcam Mike sent $100. Watching your talk with Crowder was frustrating. Talking points mean you don't have an original thought for yourself. You explain your thought process, meanwhile he literally uses conservative talking points without explaining his own logic. We need to demand more of our political commentators.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, it was just the script, man. It was just the talking points. But it's whatever.
Denzel for Mouse sent $50. Do you ever think about how many souls you may be saving by your testimony and reach? If so, would that alone be worth any possible failures? In becoming Cath because of you. I pray for your success. Red heart emoji, Latin cross emoji.
It's the only thing that I feel good about. No joke, no meme, like, because sometimes you really start to wonder, what are we really even doing? Like, it gets so confusing at times. We're being deceived all the time. There's these convoluted intelligence operations. And you look around and you go, I don't know who I trust. I don't know who really is who they say they are. I don't even know what side we're on. I don't even know who we're fighting anymore. Sometimes you start to feel like it's just a little bit too confusing. But the one thing I know that is good is that we're bringing people to the Catholic Church. That's the only thing that I have absolute unshakable conviction is good. And I feel good that I did that. That's the only thing that is accumulated over time. The money, the clicks, whether people like me, whether they're based, it's all nothing. But whether people become Christian, that's everything. So I really do mean that. It's the only thing that sometimes prevents me from thinking it was all for nothing. Because sometimes I really do wake up and think, what is even the fucking point? I'm miserable. I've sacrificed so much of my life to do this in ways you'll never understand. And it's been so hard and everything. And sometimes I wake up and say, and we might just lose, or they might just fucking kill me, or, maybe I was just confused the whole time. Like I said, these intelligence operations, you just don't even know what's going on. Like, who is Tucker? Who are these people? But the one thing that gives me any conviction that it was worth it is people say they're Catholic, they had families, they had kids, they sincerely repented, they sincerely sought a communion with God. And I'm not a perfect person, and I might be going to hell, but that might be the only redeeming thing. I mean, that is the one responsibility I take seriously, which is even if I can't be perfect, I can't will myself in a direction towards that sometimes. If I can just be a voice of conscience or telling people to listen to their conscience, then that might redeem me in the end. At least I hope it counts for something. So, and I take it seriously. It would be very easy for me to just really give in to my worst impulses, and just be completely irresponsible. And sometimes I feel like the guy that's kind of like stuck inside while everybody's having fun, because everybody's having fun. Everybody's out there fucking around and doing drugs and drinking and going to parties and, you know, living these carefree lives. And sometimes I feel like, man, like I can't live a normal life. Everybody recognizes me. I can't trust anybody. The FBI's trying to set me up all the time. They're trying to get to me. I know that. Everybody's trying to get to me. And sometimes I'm like, wow, like I really lately, I felt like I want to just go and live an anonymous life where I can maybe have some semblance of happiness. But then I remember I have an obligation. Like at the end of the day, I just can't, because I do have an obligation. And sometimes maybe it makes people feel better to realize that I am a human being also, and I have those doubts also. Sometimes I question myself, and sometimes I long for a fuller life as a real person. But there's some things I just can't compromise. There's some lines I just can't cross. And so we do have obligations. So anyway, you have obligations as people. There's some things you just have to do. I have to do the show. So anyway, so that's me patting myself on the back. I'm very self-righteous. No, but I appreciate you saying
Israel's
that.
Goodest Goy sent $20. Shout out to the guy in the comments who posts the timestamps under every upload. A real wagey hero.
True. Very unsung hero.
Piker, I hardly know her, sent $30. Who is going to clean your toilet, Donald Trump?
That was awesome, bro. That was awesome. That was a W clip.
Mark sent $1,218.
Yo, no message. Beautiful. Thank you for the huge super chat. I appreciate it. Amazing, beautiful, giant super chat. No message. God bless you, man. Thank you for all the support. 07's for Mark. Mark's been helping us out this week. Really appreciate
Green
it.
Jelly sent $1,001.
Whoa.
I had a dream last night where you escaped the Matrix. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever witnessed. You finally became proud of your Catholic values, and you proclaimed there is only one thing that matters, and that is love.
Wow, that's crazy. That's a crazy message.
Green Jelly sent $1,002. You started saying Zionism never had a shred of love in it, and Jesus would scream at the genocidal slaughter of Palestinians.
Okay.
But I can't remember all the details, and you put it better in the dream.
Now you're making me sound gay. Now you're making me sound like a bleeding heart. Jesus would scream at the... Come on now. Come on now. Holy moly. Come on now. What is even that? What is even that? Okay, you had me in the first half. I'm proud to be Catholic. Jesus would scream at the slaughter of Palestine. Come on now. Now you're making me sound gay. Stop dreaming about me, please.
Green Jelly sent $1,003. And most importantly, you had the courage to call out the incessant bullying of Sneeko. You had the character to stand up for your friend. Anyone who said fuck Sneeko or rape Sneeko or kill Sneeko would be ambushed and humiliated.
I'm not saying that anymore. I'm not saying that anymore. Thank you for the huge super chats. Yeah, well, no good deed goes unpunished, huh? Where's the fucking loyalty? Doesn't anybody care about me? No. You know who cares about me? Keith Woods. Keith Woods cares about me. My mom cares about me. Some other notables. But, yeah. Just when you think nobody can hurt you. Isn't that always how it goes? You live your life, you think you've seen it all. You think I've been betrayed over and over. You say to yourself, I'll never hurt like that again. No one can ever get to me like that. Betrayed so many times, nothing surprises me. I'm an old, cynical, jaded person. And then people keep surprising you. They just keep surprising you. Really, Sneeko? Really? Unreal. And to think I've been holding it down for him, I apologize. I reached out to him when he got punched. People on the show hate him. My audience hates him. They hate him. In every show I say, stop. We love him. Enough out of you. I get attacked. There's just a full-on coordinated attack. Once again, everybody beating up on me. I didn't provoke these people. What did I do to Dan Bilzerian other than I disagreed with him? He goes, this guy's a fucking fed. And every other nitwit piles on. Beating up on me, piling on as always. And Sneeko goes, I don't want to get involved in the drama. I don't want it to look like I'm taking a side. That's not going to be good for me. Okay, all right. Loud and clear, I hear you, buddy. No, but I appreciate the huge super chats. Virgil. Dude, the GOAT was right. Virgil. You are Virgil. You Virgiled me. You are Virgil. Virgil let me down. Bro, Virgil let me down. Sneeko let me down. That's crazy. That one hurt. That one surprised me. I thought we were back. I thought we were boys again. I thought we were friends again. I thought it was going to be all good. Well, whatever. I guess that's, you know what? You guys, you told me. You know what? You know what the worst part is? Everybody around me said, literally all my friends said, fuck this guy. He's a brown clown. This guy's not loyal. And I said, no, I love Sneeko. I said, this is my guy. He's always going to come around. I really did. And then you get this. And I even told them, I said, hey, man, I need this. I said, I need to collab, I even told them, I'm like, let's do a collab, And he goes, I don't know. That would kind of fuck me up, don't you think? I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. It's true. Good point. So, yeah. Whatever. I don't want to do any drama about it. I said what I said. He's going to respond as he does. I think that's all there is to say. But I appreciate the huge super chats. Now, don't say fuck Sneeko. Just let it go. I don't hate him. I'll never hate him. I don't hate him. I'm just letting him go. It was real. We had some good times. It's okay. It's okay. So no fuck. I still will say don't say fuck Sneeko. I don't even say that. Just disappointed. Hurt, disappointed, surprised at your lack of character. But I can't hold it against you. It is what it is. But I appreciate the huge super chats. Thank you to Green Jelly for coming in clutch. I'm really just disappointed. I'm hurt and I'm disappointed. That's all there is to it. I'm not even mad. I'm just surprised. And I'm not saying that to sound, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. But it's, I'm not mad. I legitimately am just a little bit. I am surprised and it hurts my feelings and it's disappointing. And I just, but whatever. More of that. More of that. You try to be a good guy. You try to embrace people. You try to give freely. And it's okay. It's what happens.
Mrs. Groyper X sent $25.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate
Bolo
it.
sent $20. Why Candace Owens? Wasn't it no e-girls? She was so nasty to you before.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with me.
Armando Andrade sent $20. Sneeko just loves sitting on the fence. Couldn't be any more obvious that you were deliberately attacked by Jake and Dan.
That's what I told them. I said, bro, they attacked me. I'm like, they launched this attack on me. I did nothing to them other than forgive them. And they launched this. It's like, dude, we were friends. We hung out. I went to your house. I went on your show. We talked on the phone. We've known each other for years. And what did I do to them? Nothing. They disagree with me, so they accuse me. They try to destroy me because I didn't agree with them, because they doubted my motivations. They suspected me. I get this all-out attack. He goes, oh, I don't want to get involved in the drama. He's texting me this some fucking motherfucking bullshit saying Charlie Kirk was a leader because he was a unifier. You need to unify everybody. It's my fault. I'm at fault. Nobody gets with my program. They attack me for it. It's my fault. It's all so tiresome, truly. Truly. You know, they do this big conference without me, and they're sticking it to me in the New York Times saying, yeah, you know, they're literally biting my whole flow, going to the Times and saying, yeah, you know, Nick is great, but he's just bitching on the internet. We're going to succeed without him. Numbnuts is doing an interview. Yeah, he's not a leader. You're literally provoking me. I was as diplomatic as possible. I went on the show and said, look, I know it's hard to do a conference. I'm not trying to pile on, but not for nothing. You tried to do it without me. It didn't work. I said, you know, we are the essential ingredient. And then they try to bury me. It's actually, and then everyone then I'm at fault for everyone attacking me. Why'd you let everybody try to attack you? Well, listen, I'm not going to take credit for them trying to attack me. I will absolutely take credit for winning. You want to blame me for the fight? You can blame me for winning. Oh, yeah. You can blame me for making Dan Bilzerian lose. Fine. I don't start the fight. I'll finish it. And you will lament and say, why couldn't we have just unified? Ask them. I didn't fire the first shot, but you know what? In 2 years, when Jake Shields and Dan Bilzerian are irrelevant, you can thank me for finishing it. I'll take the credit for hitting back 1,000 times harder and more effectively. Isn't that always how it goes? They think you're virtuous because you have no claws. Dan Bilzerian and Jake Shields and all of them put together are virtuous because they have no claws, because they draw no blood. But that's not how it works. You know, if I were weak and they were able to knock me off, maybe then everybody would be feeling sorry for me. Maybe then they would come around and want to support me. It's only ever because I punch back 100 times harder that then suddenly everybody's got a problem, isn't it? That's why it's two sides. You tried it, you failed, you destroyed yourself in the process, so I'm the villain. Okay, I'll be the villain in your story. Just remember who made me this way. What's that video that Groipster posted? Isn't that so true? All of them put together, all the king's men tried to knock me off. They failed. They're destroying themselves. Now people say, stop, just unify everybody. Oh, now it's stop. Wasn't stop last Thursday. Wasn't stop last Thursday when everybody was getting their licks in. Oh, now it's please stop. Why? When we find out he's 12% Jewish and he's got no chances on Polymarket, now it's two sides? Interesting how that works. At the end of the day, it's not about friendship. At the end of the day, it is about these dynamics, and it is what it is. But anyway, that's why it's so rare to find a true friend.
Tennessee grow I% $20. Catholic convert. Have a pregnant wife. Plumber becoming an architect. All overcoming schizophrenia. Never black pill brothers AF.
Really? Wow, well, congratulations. Sounds great.
Stepped up grow I% $20. Hey, Nick. Hooked up with my high school crush. She has one black son and two Mexican daughters. I can't have kids, could use prayers.
That's crazy.
Brown clown Balanthese sent $20.
Thanks.
Groy Pet Rumor sent $100. 78 years ago today Ben Gurion read the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel. The grouper curse is real, but what about the curse of the 8th decade?
Yeah, you know, I've heard that. I guess it's possible. Doesn't seem very likely, though. Appreciate the big super chat. I tend not to buy into these, cyclical views of history because history is always changing. I don't think there's a lot of fixed rules that you can apply.
Catherine Alexandria sent $20. The Iowa Republican primary for governor is June 2nd. Randy Feenstra, who takes money from IPAC versus Zachlan, a new to politics millennial farmer. He's been on Tucker, SRS, promotes Iowa first.
Okay, I have to look into that. I'm not following that race.
Catherine Alexandria sent $20. The Iowa Republican.
That's a duplicate.
Beth Murray sent $20. If Sneeko researched Catholicism the way he does Islam, he would come home to the true church.
You think so? I don't know
Cheesy
about
Sack
that.
sent $20. How can we trust the Dems? How will I tell my family, friends, church, classmates, or anyone I know that I went blue forever? Noisy95
Go
sent
away.
$20. Nick, I'm just worried is all, that the Jews have lobotomized Clav and turned him into a wig.
I don't think that's true.
Zephyr sent $40. Is space fake and gay? So God made the firmament and separated the waters. Anti-Semitism awareness sent $20. Shall we deploy to hashtag rape Sneeko now? The
No.
Blue Dreamer 95 sent
No, leave him alone. Leave him alone. I don't want to attack him, but that's just disappointing.
The Blue Dreamer 95 sent $20. Your goy is going hashtag vote Democrat.
Okay.
Doodle Bob sent $100. Mihoy mi goy.
Nice. Thank you for the big super
Florida
chat. Well
Grower
done.
sent $25. 3 days ago, someone named Florida Gripper left a low IQ chat. Plaza, don't think that was me. I'm the fishback guy, not the faith guy.
I won't.
MXT
Thank
at
you
10
for
sent
telling
$20. Welcome to Chud Hell. Nick, smiley face emoji.
Yeah.
Waldo sent $20. Buy merch, send super chats, donate, and learn something. Let Nick handle the movement. Do not speak for him. America first.
Very true. Well said. Yeah, do not speak for me. Thank you.
D. Groy percent $50. If you kiss my neck, it's done. We're fuck Nick.
That was kind of funny.
Look at Hello Groy percent $200. Hey Nick, it's Jake Childs. Please pick up the phone. Call me back. I'm really sorry this time.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for the big super chat. Very funny. Very well done. It's that bit again. Good stuff.
Consulting Groy percent $20. Found out Aaron Baker is in a gay relationship with someone named Mike and has been for years. Randy, fine if you can hear me.
Is that true? I didn't know that.
Scroat sent $20. Niggas will triple backflip to research the French First Lady's dick but can't fathom voting blue in midterms. We're so cooked.
I don't see what one has to do with the
Roy
other.
Pion sent $25.
actually.
Sorry about Tennessee. We aren't all chuds here. Let's defeat Marsha Blackburn.
What happened in Tennessee? I don't
Cerebral
get it.
Palsy Grow I percent $20. Hey Nick, I have started eating for you like you said. I am already up 50 pounds. We will crush the globalists.
I don't know what you mean by that, but thanks.
David Lancaster sent $100. I know I'm days late, but the Crowder interview was hard to watch. Harder by far than Piers Morgan. Next time you gotta dip after an hour. His credulous shtick is so tiresome after a while. And you need to beat these people over the head more with the fact that it is only a midterm election year.
Okay, thanks for the notes. Thanks for the big super chat.
David Lancaster sent $20. Thank you for helping me realize slavery is a choice. Voting blue in 2026 because I am not African American on the GOP plantation. 6 or 7 mil sent $100. We can debate if you're Fed or not all day, but the real question is, are Foids people too?
Okay, thank you for the big super chat. Amazing.
Feminified sent $1,000. I'm probably asleep, so shout out to all the group chat chadlets. Except Callie.
Thank you for the huge super chat, Femin. Is that another woman? What is with the women giving me all this money? That's crazy. Thank you for the massive super chat. Another Foyd. Another female donor. What is the psychology of a woman that's giving me $1,000? I just don't understand it. I just don't get it. But I appreciate the massive super chat. Thank you so much. God bless you. I appreciate the support.
Base Chud sent $20. When is the reaction to Iceman stream?
Probably never.
Broken
I don't
Groy
like
percent
Drake.
$20. What do you think India's nukes smell like? Broken Groy percent $100.
Thank you for the big super
Gianna
chat.
Tagliarini sent
Thanks.
$20. My father will find you, and he will torture you, and you will end up in the Tampa Bay. I'm not gonna stop him, not gonna stop.
All right.
Foul Groy
Good to
percent
know.
$20. Sometimes I listen
I'll be ready for him.
Foul Groy percent $20. Sometimes I listen to my wife or even some close friends speak about Jews or blacks and I think they LARP the hatred too far.
I agree.
Tel Aviv sent $200. Fuck modernity, embrace tradition. I will RKND4NJF.
Okay, thank you for the big super chat. Great.
Phoenician
Love
sent
it.
$20. Do you prepare for the show during the pre-show? Is that why it's so long?
No, usually I'm just hanging out.
Yo Chuck it sent $25. Take a leading stance on the Ripple and Palantir connection. Brad Garlinghouse, handshake emoji, Trump. Full episode worth of conspiracy.
Yeah, I'll look into
Slam
it.
Duncan 4 free sent $20. Do you have any thoughts on Mr. Rogers, the kids show host?
No.
Remake Keith Appen 214 sent $20. Favorite merch item?
Probably the zip up hoodie.
CPAC suck and fuck champion sent $20. MAGA says come and take it yet are so scared of a D getting power that they will vote R forever. Crowder debate was painful.
I know.
The Catholic fool sent $25. With this meager sacrifice I pledge my allegiance to Fuentes Augustus.
Thanks.
Degenerate Soup sent $20. Do you think Trump is allying with China to help control the Israel/Jew problem or trying to stop a market crash before 28?
No. No. Where do you guys come up with this stuff? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Base Farmer sent $20. Praying that Chud has at least one wignut on his jury and no grow eyebers. Free Chud.
I say send him to jail. honestly. I don't think what he did was defensible. Yeah, at a certain point, if you're running around with a gun antagonizing people and then you shoot somebody, like, it's one thing if somebody attacks you for no reason and you shoot them. It's another thing if it's like, here I am with my live stream where I provoke confrontations. I hope I don't have to kill anybody today. Like, I don't know, man. I wish that he could just reform and, you know, they give him a slap on the wrist and he doesn't do anything again, but that's just, I mean, that was going to happen no matter what.
Lana Del Rey Grower percent $20. It seems like you forget that Sneeko is Jewish. Jews be Jewing.
I'm not reading that last
Titty
part.
Sprinkles sent $200. Have you ever been to a titty bar? Smiley face emoji.
Yeah, another callback. Thank you for the big super chat. Remember that? That was really funny. That guy reached out to me, that guy who was in the clan. He's like, you were right. So I gotta, maybe I'll reach out to
Hiding
him.
My Power Level sent $20. Let's see if Hollyhan wants to keep talking after we make him watch the entire Erica Kirkle women event without blinking.
Yeah.
Scorpion Grower percent $50.
Right.
Do we support Chet and donate to his legal fund?
No.
He's white after all and blacks always support blacks no matter what. Or do we not? And let this be an example that will never support that wignut behavior?
I wouldn't encourage any more of that.
Crab Leg Grower percent $50. Ayo Nick, hope you're doing well. Wishing an early happy birthday to Grower Pat Sis Emily. Both big fans and will be grilling this weekend in your honor. Praying for your continued safety and
All
success.
right. Grill. Let a man grill. Love to
Hug
hear
Sneeko
it.
so hard he dies sent $30.
Okay.
Meeplemore sent $20. Brokey Shapiro. At least his wife's a doctor. Radiate Kindness Daily 4NJF.
Radiate
Kara
kindness.
sent $36. My teenage kid won't talk to me but he's still wearing his Wang shirt. Take Friday off. You deserve it.
I'm not taking Friday off. I just have stuff going on, but I appreciate
Diddy
it.
Sprinkles sent $100. Nick is the one who knocks.
Thank you for the big super chat. True.
Justin Guy here sent $25.
True.
I need my hats from the salesmen when they coming. Pray for Sneeko. Crying face. Joel Walsh sent $20. Love the beard. Reminds me of J.D. Vance.
Reminds you of G.D. Vance. What do you think? I'm liking it. Liking it a little bit. I like it with the quarter zip. Yeah, I'm skinny. I'm skinny as hell. Lost all this weight and Dan Bilzerian, like I said, he says victim weight. It's like, bro, I worked hard to get to a victim weight like this. Look at this thing is falling off of me. It's way too big. Because I'm so tight. Okay, pause. Never beating the allegations. Never beating the allegations, but it's true. Every muscle must be tight. I gotta be in fighting shape.
Rocky Soprano sent $25.
Lean.
Hiding said to ask, what detergent do you use at AFHQ? I want to The Freeman sent $20. Thoughts on Tyler Dykes? America First sorta guy, former Marine running for SCO1, Nancy Mace's seat.
No idea.
Fisher sent $35. The ones whining about the quarter zip can't bring themselves to vote against the admin that buried the Epstein files though. Adept
Yeah,
sent
it's
$20.
crazy.
You are the greatest political commentator of all time.
True.
Samuel Ray sent $50. My wife was watching the show over my shoulder tonight and said, wow, he looks way skinnier, such a handsome boy.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Dude, I was hanging out with a friend this past weekend. Good friend of mine. I sit down and the first thing he says is, whoa, you look really skinny. He goes, are you on Retta? I'm like, no. I just stopped eating. Thanks. Thank you so much. I'm doing my impression of him. So, Nick, my next question is, are you on Retta? But yeah, he's like, dude, you look so skinny. I'm like, thanks. No, I'm not on Retta. I just stopped eating. I just lost my appetite.
Dominican Groy percent $20. Sneeko aging like a Haitian mud cookie.
Come on.
V1889 sent $100. Used to watch Dave Smith religiously. Watched one of your shows early last year and realized immediately you were the GOAT. Haven't missed a show since.
Thank
God
you for
bless.
the big super chat. We like Dave
Interchangeable
still.
Economic Unit sent $20. Nick, you're one of the few people who understand how these propaganda outlets don't care about money because they
I
are being
know.
funded by people who print money. It truly is a never-ending info war. Success is a mindset
I know,
sent
I
$20.
said it.
One of the most intelligent things you've been saying for years is to hide your power level. That is
Right.
probably one of the single most important points you've been hammering that will pay dividends.
Totally true.
A dog in V Rocka the lawyer sent $20. Hey Nick, what do you think about Hartzell Gray for MO04 in the Democratic primary? He's a Democrat track pack endorsed. Do you think the hard red district can be flipped? God bless.
I'm not following every race. What do you think about this guy in Missouri's 4th? I'm not following every race,
Nick,
actually.
hand with index finger and thumb crossed emoji, sent $50. I have a feeling Edmund will say we used Iran as cover. Regime change failed, they saved face by saying the real target was always Cuba. We went to strangle their oil supply, not DVNBLS.
Yeah, everything's 5D chess. I know.
DVNBLS sent $20. New Hampshire Groyper here. Reading Pat Buchanan's The Death of the West and red pilling Phillips Exeter, Ivy League Prep School, on who the #1 political streamer in 2026 is.
Thanks.
John Groyper sent $37. Candid. Reaper Chop sent $20. The obvious counter to Israel's inclusion in Western civilization is that these people emerged from the literal ghettos of Europe. All they can do is cope and appeal to ancient Israelite conquest. The Freeman sent $20. I had a clip of me speaking at YAF go semi-viral. ANDUNES posted it. You liked it, and I've gotten kicked out of YAF, college Republicans, school paper, etc. What should someone in my position do?
Wow. Bro, well, you're kind of cooked. I mean, you try to get back on your feet and get back in the game, but yeah, that's going to be hard to overcome.
Jeremurf sent $50. Christus Rex.
Wow.
Erroneous Rex sent $50.
So
How many
true.
precedents have been created and cited in American courts that have consolidated power for the chosen ones? Honestly, I don't get why they don't consider America their promised land. The CS Grow Hyper sent $50. Sorry for the deranged pre-show music super chat yesterday. Another banger monologue though. Nick Tory Lap. George
Thanks.
Employed sent $20. The word you were looking for was obituary. JD stands for Jeed in disguise.
A eulogy. Eulogy is the word I was looking for, not obituary.
Coldro 55 sent $20. Got punched by a black dude at a concert after he tried to fight my girlfriend. Reminded me of your quote, rather be racist than dead. All heart. Love you, Nick.
Okay.
Operachics and Katri sent $21. After last night's SC thought you'd be on a boat in the Amalfi Coast till next Monday. THX for showing up and showing out. Needed that.
Yeah.
Dan sent $100.
Oh, yeah.
I started following you about 2 years ago, so I'm not an OG. But I really appreciate your work. You're smart, funny, and brutally honest. You provide insightful and important political commentary. I believe in and support your overall message. Keep fighting the good fight, man.
Thanks for the big super chat. Appreciate it. That's okay. You don't need to be an OG.
Crypt84 sent $100. Watch China do the same energy blockade strategy on taking Taiwan. No energy means no long-term military defense for Taiwan.
Thank you for the big super chat. That's the thing I don't know that they'll be able to.
The White Rican sent $20. Fire show.
Thanks.
MQ Grow Hyper sent $20. Thoughts on Knowles and Walsh? Are they subversive or genuine but got co-opted by the DW?
Okay. Bro, please, like, can I be raptured? Let this chalice pass from my hands. Like, dude. Suicide is sounding like a viable alternative to any other course of action right now. It's like my ears are ringing. I can't see straight right now. After that super chat, it's like my ears are ringing. I'm seeing double. I'm disassociating. I'm turning into my alternate personality right now. Thoughts on Knowles and Walsh? Are they subversive or genuine but got co-opted? Dude, it does not matter. It's a difference without a distinction. Holy shit. It's just like whatever. And it didn't happen. That didn't happen.
Ishti sent $20.
It didn't
Long term,
happen.
what should happen with Canada? Carney wants a new world order with China. Could be a future Ukraine situation. AF Burger King sent $20.
It
AF
won't
Burger
be.
King sent $20. Being anti-anime is such a LARP. You reference Evangelion so damn much.
Yeah, I watched one show, but in general, it's crap. And fuck you.
Sherelle writes
for
Irritates
liking
Fine
it.
sent $50. Damn inspiring. Thank you. The Bull Moose sent $20. Went to Real Niggaville the other day. Everybody knew you. Alexander McCarthy sent $50. At Alexander McCarthy, I wanted my name a part of this historical moment. Episode 1683. Hi Mom, I made it.
That's crazy. 1683, interesting sort of auspicious number, huh? 1683. Wasn't that the year that they repelled the Siege of Vienna, if I'm not mistaken? Or I have that flipped. That's correct, right? 1683, Siege of Vienna, winged hussars. Sort of an auspicious number, wouldn't you say?
Sneeko sent $20. I said let's hang out.
It's okay. Really, it's okay. It's time. It's time to call it. It's okay. Don't be sad that it's over. Let's just smile that it happened. I don't want to argue. I don't want to fight. You said what you said. It is what it is.
Bystander Syndrome sent $20. Sorry, but this stinks. It feels like 2024 with Trump. I think you and Candace were allowed to win, whether you were aware or not.
Okay.
Horace Johnny E sent $20. Eat, pray, love for Sneeko. We love you, Nick.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay, that's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me. People are, what is it pronounced something else? People are saying winged hussars. Is it hussars? What is it pronounced differently? Well, I believe I got the year right. Anyway. All right, that's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me. Like I said, I'm not doing a show tomorrow. Not doing a show. I will be back on Monday. Rescheduled our Alex Jones appearance for Tuesday at 1. That's all I got for you this week. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. As always, thanks for watching. Thank you to our top super chatters. Big, huge, special thank you to Green Jelly, Mark, Femina Fides, Titty Sprinkles, Winged Hollow Groiper, Tel Aviv, David Lancaster, Broken Groiper, Cad, Camike, Groipet Groomer, Judel Bob, 6 or 7 million, V 1889, Seaman Crypt, Heisentard, and Andrea Laurer. Special thanks to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I'll see you Monday. Until then, have a great weekend. Have a great rest of your evening.
American is.
Alrighty, fellas. Y'all enjoyed. If you guys do that movie Barabbas, it's fucking killer, man. Jack Palance is in it too. He was really but yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Thought it was a and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Or until tomorrow. Or no, not tomorrow. He's not doing a show tomorrow, so it'll be Monday then. I might do something else this weekend. Until then, though, y'all guys enjoy your weekend. Good day tomorrow. Y'all